If you know TV, you have YouTube TV. Join millions of TV lovers and get over 100 plus live channels. YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
That as life changes, so do your priorities. And with the quality and affordable Lowe's brands, we'll help you keep living it up the way you want to. Get more from our brands for less, only at Lowe's. We help you save.
I'm kind of a deal hunter.
Bundling Spectrum probably a good way for us to save some money. There's no risk, so might as well try it.
Fast, reliable internet starting at $30 a month.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. If you like what you see on your screen as an intro, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram, using her for her last name first. Ty, T-A-I Lindara, Lindara, for videos, panels, etc. To up your game as a streamer and a content creator. Tell her we sent you. She'll hook you up. Fair pricing, awesome to work with. Fair pricing, and just awesome in general. I think I said fair pricing already, but I'm going to say it again. Fair pricing. She is awesome in general. Lindara Ty on Instagram. All right. So we've got, ladies and gentlemen, days 12 and 13 leading up to the Browns versus Panthers first preseason game, opening things up for our first game of 2025. Who is hyped right now? Come on. Let me know. Let me know, dog. Because it's that time, man. It's that time. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is that time of the year. So, we've got live games going on right now. We got Raiders in Seattle at 10. Right, on NFL Network. Let me see. Let me check. Let me check the schedule real quick, because I gotta double check this. Because from what I know, yeah, Ravens are up on the Colts 21-16. Get rid of the extra noise. There we go. Ravens up on the Colts 21-16 into the third quarter as of right now. It's supposed to be live on NFL Network, but what I'm seeing is the Hall of Fame game. So I don't know. I wanted to get a little bit of a look at that game, you know, just to see what's going on there. I heard Anthony Richardson went down and he got carted off. So, I mean, Indianapolis, what have I told y'all? Fix the offensive line. Y'all didn't fix the offensive line, and look where we're at now. I told y'all AR would be running for his life. I told you that man's about to get murdered back there beyond the offensive line. That weak, garbage offensive line y'all have. And look what happened. Didn't even happen during the regular season neither. It happened during preseason. Come on, man. You know the Ravens got pass rushers. Come on. Eagles up on the Bengals 27-14. 8:35 to play in the third quarter as of currently. As I'm starting this stream. And we got the Raiders and Seahawks starting at 10 o'clock on NFL Network. That's the one that's actually going to air apparently in my area. So I will be watching a little bit of that just have that on in the background while I'm talking about Panthers football. And just I'll react to it, you know, lightly in the background just to have it on, you know, because I want to see some football, man. I want to see some football. This is my first taste of NFL football in 5 months. I want to watch something, man. I'm ready. Man, you know how, like, after working on YouTube and content creation and stuff like that for about, what, 5, 6 months, you just get tired of football after, all that time. Once you hit February, and you're like, man, I don't want to see a game for a while. Because you get tired of the garbage gameplay, from the Panthers. But, I mean, we started playing better last year, man. It's a different energy now. So now what? Because this is going to be a different year. For sure, this is going to be a different year. And I don't feel like I'm going to get tired after 5 or 6 months this time. Because, shoot, for all we know, we got this division on lockdown this year. Who knows? But we're going to find out. That's how we are, man. That's how we are. It's a different energy. And I'm excited. So let's for those that are new, welcome to the Keep Pounding family. We love you all. Appreciate you for joining us. I'm gonna post this live stream on the Facebook page so all the new people can find us, man. I'm gonna have ESPN open too, so we can track those other 2 games as well. But I'm really, really encouraged by what I heard in the last 2 days of training camp. I figured let's just joint react to the stuff on here tonight. As kind of a preparation for that Browns game tomorrow. I feel like that's the way to go. Because there was a lot that went on that is relevant. We had some bad weather today during camp practice, but that's exactly when we really shined. Is we started doing some stuff today that made sense. There you go. For all the Facebook people out there, just posted it. Posted the stream so they can come find us. I've got the Hall of Fame game going in the background here, so I'm kind of lightly watching that, as I'm reacting to today's stuff. Football is back. Football is back, y'all. Football is back. Hallelujah, football is back. It feels good. That 4 months, man, I'm trying to tell you, man. I took care of some off-season stuff. I took care of the draft reactions. I did all that stuff, man, and training camp stuff now. And it feels good. It feels like that time of year, man. It's feeling like that time of year. Manifest that energy right now, because that's what we're doing right now. All right, so let's see. There was an excellent video breakdown of every team in the NFC South by John Gruden. Now, I'm not going to I'm not going to react to that. I'm going to downplay that because of the fact that there's a lot of information in that video that I don't want to get overhyped right now and over analyzed by NFL scouts and stuff that do watch our channel. So I'm kind of keeping a close eye on what content we throw out there and what we don't, you know. But I'm gonna start with that because that video is out there. But John Gruden said he was a big fan of Charles Smith-Wade's game. And that dude pegged this team. Absolutely pegged this team. He knows he has done his homework on this team. I'm actually impressed by what I heard in that video. Y'all will know where to find it if you want to watch it for yourselves. John Gruden's channel. John Gruden Reacts. But I think that it is something that does need to be looked at and analyzed, though, because he's got a lot of notes and a lot of interesting details in there that I found very, very interesting. But let's talk about T-Mac. There's a lot to talk about during training camp with T-Mac and this wide receiver core showing up right now, and just there's a lot of buzz coming from that wide receiver room, and I love it. I love every bit of it because this is what we should be doing. And as I'm watching this Hall of Fame game, I see DJ Ungulay right now. That's one of the guys we were going to draft, I believe, right? Or he was on our radar, and the Chargers got him. He was a Clemson man. So, Chargers, you got lucky as heck, man. That's all I'm going to say. Because that man could ball. That man can ball. But, yeah. But let's talk about T-Mac. T-Mac, again, shows up in both these joint practices, making some big plays. You got a couple of these other good wide receivers showing up, and it's so encouraging to see the progress that we're making on offense right now. I have a lot of faith in what we're looking at. I think that this offense is going to be a problem this year for NFC South opponents. If you look at, like, people are posting, like, Cam Newton stuff right now, but my whole thing is, like, we have the same weaponry we did in 15. Basically, talent level wise. I'll keep saying it unless it becomes any less true. But, yeah, Xavier Legette, T-Mac, and these guys are battling, man. They're fighting for a spot. They're burning Cleveland corners. They're burning Cleveland secondary. They're making it look easy. And, for a Cleveland defense that's supposedly touted as one of the best defenses in the league, depth-wise, it ain't looking so hot in the past 2 joint practices. So, I mean, like, is that a combination of both Bryce and our whole offense improving? Or is that Cleveland's defensive depth, subsiding? And it's a relevant question right now because you have to really look at Cleveland's depth to understand what you're dealing with here. Because typically, Um, let me Google that list. They're I want to see what they've got on their roster. Hold up. Yeah, let's look at their depth chart. Hold up. Because the first unofficial depth charts are out. And I'll put that on the screen for you guys. Hold up 1 second. So we can all take a look at it together. Nope. Not what I'm looking for. There we go. Alright, so we're looking at the Browns depth chart currently. And this is a defense that features Myles Garrett. You're looking at Malik Collins, Mason Graham now, that just got drafted, Carson Swearinger, Denzel Ward, and I'm going to go ahead and point out Ronnie Hickman, because Ronnie Hickman's got some talent back there. But really, we're going to be looking at a lot of these secondary people. We're going to be looking at like Shelby Harris, Sam Kamara, Isaiah McGuire, people like that, you know. So Miles Harden will get some time. I'm sorry. I read that wrong. I didn't see the R. Cameron Mitchell will get some plays in tomorrow probably. A lot of reps. And the coach said he's going to rest most of the veterans tomorrow for the Browns. So I'm wondering like which ones are going to get more reps and which ones aren't. It depends on where the problem areas are really for the Browns. Because if he's really paying attention and he's really doing his job as a head coach, he'll be focused on the problem areas. And those players will get more reps. But yeah, you might see some reps from Greg Newsome. You know, definitely some reps from Mason Graham because you're testing out the new rookies and players that are kind of newer on the roster. So you'll see some from them. But you know, the fact that we handled this secondary of the Browns in the rain, you know, and I give credit to the practice where we didn't put gloves on, because that is what did it all, really, for me, as far as I can tell from all the clips and stuff I saw today, is the fact that we were ready for all kinds of weather, you know, when we took these guys on, you know, in joint practices. So when you see not just the body catchers, but the guys that are attacking the ball, you know, and playmakers catching the ball, you know, against this secondary in bad weather, you know, it's like, these guys are really taking some strides right now, you know, and I like what I see right now. I really, really like what I see. Because these two Browns practices, joint practices, are an excellent way to show the coaches what you have learned, you know, while practicing against each other and 11-on-11, 7-on-7 scrimmages, you know. Now you get to take all of that, plus what you learn in these like small drills, you know, that work on your footwork, your hands, all the little details, and put that into a joint practice versus a live opponent, you know, other than your own teammates. So now you're testing out, what did we learn? These guys learned a lot, apparently, because they did really well. But there wasn't much talk of the defense. And that was my concern yesterday. And even still into today. Because all I heard yesterday was a Mike Jack pass block. And a Cam Jones pushing over the center. But other than that, it was quiet. You didn't really hear much from the defense other than just, oh, okay, they were covering these guys really well. And it's like, okay, well, that's still a good thing. Because covering these guys as well as they were shows that these guys were not in a position to catch these balls. So, let's take that into perspective. When you look at guys like Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman over here, Jamari Thrash. I'm going to call him Jamari Trash because he hasn't really done much. I don't want to give extra motivation to the man, but, when you deal with Jerry Jeudy, this dude can ball. So you got to be on your A game, and J.C. Horn was. So, both practices this dude was on target, man. He didn't get many catches, from what I've heard. He was covering him really well, so Shador had to go to other options. And the crazy thing is, the Cleveland Browns have 6 quarterbacks now. 6 quarterbacks. Because 4 of them are injured. So now you're down to Shador and whoever the practice squad quarterback is. Who knows who that is anymore? I've lost track. I'm going to be honest. I've lost track of how many quarterbacks y'all got. It's not even... You got Joe Flacco. You got Kenny Pickett. You got Dylan Gabriel. Shador Sanders. Deshaun Watson. Who else do you have, bro? The Browns don't know what they're doing at quarterback right now. It's a joke. It's a literal joke over there in Cleveland. And you have to start blaming the offensive line to a degree. And that's coaching. That's the GM failing to address that offensive line is part of the problem. The other part of the problem is y'all doing stupid stuff with your quarterbacks. Like Deshaun Watson with a $250 million contract. And the fact that Joe Flacco has to come in and save the day again in Cleveland, bruh. Like, all I got to say is, bruh. This is ridiculous. It is literally ridiculous. How do you have 6 quarterbacks and only 2 of them healthy, man? That's crazy. That's crazy. Is that Ron Rivera as a defensive coordinator for the Chargers? Did I just see that right? Oh my God, he is. Yo. Hold up, man. Y'all really put Ron Rivera as the defensive coordinator for the Chargers? Ooh. Okay, Chargers, now we got something to talk about. Look at this. Look at this, man. Oh, now we can have some conversations, Chargers. That's crazy work. Wow. I did not even know. I did not see that notification. That is news to me. Why didn't y'all tell me, man? Why didn't y'all let me know? Ooh, that's big news right there, man. But, I mean, back to the Browns. The Cleveland Stinkers. You got Deontay Johnson, who we let go of. We traded him for a draft pick that has done so much better than him. And the Browns got their hands on some garbage. I'm going to be real with you. Browns got their hands on some garbage. Our garbage. From the Frank Wright era, which is sad. So, I mean, like, I don't know what they think they're going to get out of Deontay Johnson, but nah. I like him as a person, but player skills-wise, nah. It ain't there, bro. It ain't there. I've been saying that for a while now. It is not there. Who do we have on this offensive line? You got Dwan Jones. You got Joel Bittino. Y'all forgive me. I'm infamous for butchering names, so please forgive me. You got Ethan Posick. I think I said that right. Wyatt Taylor, Jack Conklin. Okay. Tevin Jenkins, Zach Zinter, Jackson Barton. I'm not seeing any names that came off our squads or anything like that. So I think we're okay there. So I think there's a solid shot at winning this preseason game. But more so, 2 points are make sure that your players stay healthy and that we evaluate talent properly. Really, that's what it is. And you just saw an interception by a Chargers defender there for the Hall of Fame game. They're running the replay right now. I have not watched it yet, so this is my first NFL football in 2025, y'all. What a pick, man. Just snatched it right out of his hands. Right out of Lovett's hands, man. Whew. Shout out 49 for the Chargers. Wow. What a pick to end the game. Wow. And a dominating performance already. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Alright, so I also noticed that Keenan Allen got signed this week. You've got Clowney's still out there. I don't think anybody's signed Clowney yet. That's crazy. Am I looking at an old list or is this updated? I see Justin Simmons. Rasul Douglas. Nobody's gonna sign Rasul Douglas at this point. Tyrann Matthews going to ask for too much money. Josie Jewell, nah. We could get Josie Jewell back for less money. But I don't see the point. It is... Wait, is Ron Rivera head coach for the Chargers now? Hold up. Or is he defensive coordinator? Let me check. Because I see him on the field and I'm like, what? I must have missed something, y'all. I must have missed something. Nah, he's GM for the California Golden Bears. What's he doing out here? What's he doing out of the Chargers game? Yeah. He's supposed to be at Berkeley. What's he doing with the Chargers? What do you mean? I just seen him out there in the Hall of Fame game replay. I'd know that goofy looking face anywhere. Bro, that's crazy. Hold on. Nah. He was the defensive coordinator in 2007 to 2010. So why am I seeing him out there today? What? Why? Why am I seeing him out there in the Hall of Fame game then? Or am I seeing somebody else? Hold up. Am I tripping right now? Oh, that's Harbaugh. That's Harbaugh, man. God dang, man. Some of these guys look kind of alike. I apologize. I apologize, though. You know, that's on me. That's on me. Sometimes I don't see, facial comparisons and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm that's on me. Alright, let's go. Back to the Panthers content. Now, already weak Panther linebacker unit takes another hit at joint practice with the Browns. So with articles like this, we're already saying the linebacking depth is weak. We're already saying that. It's already out there. It's obvious now. The media is talking about it. It's obvious. Like, Sports Illustrated don't post stuff like this, man. We don't need other teams figuring this stuff out, man. If they didn't figure it out already, they don't need to know. They're going to find out eventually, but, we could at least disguise it a little bit, before we start playing some of the teams. So, like, I don't know, man. That's just how I feel about that. But, I mean, it is true. It is weak. I will admit it on stream myself, as a Panthers YouTuber. That studies this stuff. I'll be the first to say it. Yes, it's true. But I don't like calling attention to it, you know, because, it's obvious. Other teams are going to exploit this stuff. So, J.C. Horn in a car accident. Only had to get some stitches on his thumb or finger. But other than that, no serious injuries. Thank God. Thank God. We cannot afford to lose this man for any more games. I'm trying to tell you right now, we cannot afford that. We just paid this man $100 million. Shoot. And we know he's going to ball out when he plays on the field for a full season. So my whole thing is like, we can't afford to have him go down. We can't. I'm watching the Seahawks and Raiders preseason game now on the NFL Network. That's live. That's actually going on right now. And you got Richard Sherman doing some pre-game analysis. So that was kind of cool. Aaron Rodgers open to playing in preseason if Mike Tomlin asks. Okay, see, he's reasonable. Rodgers is reasonable. Be patient with the man. I mean, he is who he is, but be patient with the man. It's too early to say. Based on quarantine. We didn't do much to boost their linebacker rotation. Only adding Christian Rosebloom from the Rams since they lost Josie Joel, which amounts to a massive blow to their depth at that spot. Quad and Chewis goes down with a groin injury. Alright, so Quaden is down. But he got a pass block. He went down with a groin injury, but he got a pass block. Put some respect on this man's name. Alright, so Quaden only played for 17% of the defensive snaps. Okay. Rosebloom and Trevin Wallace are projected to start. If either one of them were to go down, it would mean a guaranteed disaster in the middle of the defense. General Manager Dan Morgan has little choice but to sign a proven vet at this point before the season begins. That's not your call to make. Sports Illustrated, that is not your call to make. You're not going to tell this man what to do or not to do with his own defense. Okay? And who he's going to sign and who he isn't going to sign. He is the general manager of that team, not you. Okay? This is not Madden, Sports Illustrated. This is not Madden. Y'all need to quit telling these coaches and GMs what to do. You can suggest stuff. You can offer advice. But don't tell these coaches and GMs what to do. See, this is the garbage I'm talking about right here. The media puts this garbage out. And they'll say, look at the wording. He has little choice but to sign a proven vet. How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that we don't have the talent on this defense right now that can actually do something at linebacker? How do you know? Have you gone through the numbers? Have you watched these guys at practices? Have you done any of this stuff? Have you done your homework on this defense? No. Then stop acting like you know this defense. Because that's the sports media for you right there. They will come in here and they'll post garbage like that. They'll act like they know this defense. They'll think they know this team, but they ain't done no research. No homework on this team, and they think, oh, well, we know everything about anything about this defense, man. Man, give me a break. Miss me with that garbage right there. What a catch. Watching the Raiders right now. That's number 10 for the Raiders. Nice catch. It was out of bounds, but he juggled it a little bit. But yeah, how you get dead last in run defense? Okay, that's one thing. If that's your argument, okay, that's a fair argument. I'm willing to entertain that, because that is correct. We did have dead last run defense. But if you're talking like the defense as a whole, yeah, you have no choice but to sign a veteran linebacker. Like, okay. That's you telling a GM how to do his job. That's how I take that. I'm sorry. You got to look at the language. You got to understand the language of some of these article writers. I cannot abide by this right here. Sports Illustrated, I got to throw some smoke at you, man. You can't be writing stuff like that. Change up your writing. Because that could be perceived as 3 or 4 negative ways. Right there. And I'm trying to help y'all out, man. I'm trying to make sure y'all don't do this garbage no more. Because it's hurting us, man. Publicity-wise, yeah. I don't like it. Not a fan. There's a lot of positive sports media out there, but there's also that garbage. Okay? So, let's see. We had a T-Mac touchdown. What you got for us? Oh, good inside move. Good inside move, T-Mac. Yeah, man. Y'all remember watching them footwork drills that we saw earlier this week? Where it's just like, look at this footwork right here. Boop. That right there, that stutter step, that's the stuff they've been working on all week. And it fooled the corner. And it gave him just enough room to catch this ball on the inside. Beautiful catch. What a play. What a play. What a play. Yes, sir, T-Mac. Alright. Xavier Legette. Boom. Wide open coverage. Who was supposed to be guarding him? It looked the Browns guy took a day off on this play. Look at this. Look how far behind he was. He just jogging behind him like, ain't nothing I can do. I got burnt. Ain't nothing I can do. XL just roasted you, bro. XL just roasted you. Oh, that was fun. Look at this. Beautiful throw by Bryce. Look at this. Yeah. That's what you want to see right there. Look at that technique. Bryce is getting better, y'all. And if you don't see it, I don't know what to tell you. And not only him, but Andy Dalton, too. Look at us throwing a coker. Okay. Let's go, Andy. Let's go, Andy. Yeah, man. Absolutely beautiful spiral. That's the way to do it, Andy. Oh, man. 4 good days in a row from this man right here. I'll say 5 good days in a row from Andy. This is what I've been asking for. This is what I've been asking for from Andy. Thank you, Andy. Now you're starting to show me something. You're starting to show these coaches something. You know, and I mean, the last 2 training camps prior to this, he has been absolutely overthrowing the ball like crazy in these training camps. And then this training camp this year, look at that improvement. Y'all saw it yourselves at Fan Day up in Charlotte. This dude is on the move. And I'm excited. Because if he's throwing balls like that in training camp, and he throws balls like that in regular season during games when we call upon him, we're going to move the ball down the field. We might put up some points this year with Andy Dalton. And, you know, it's going to feel like that talent never left the field when, if Bryce goes down with an injury. God forbid that never happens, but it'll feel like we never lost that talent out there with him coming in with throws like that. That's what we want to get to, folks. That's why I've been stressing Andy Dalton as much as I have. Because these are the types of throws we need. When this man steps onto the field and takes those first team reps, this is what I need. This is what this coaching staff needs. This is what everybody needs. And Coker still doing Coker things, man. And I love it, man. The undrafted Coker still doing work out here, man. Look at that catch. God, it's beautiful. It's on target and it's beautiful. He completely roasted that defensive corner. So, I mean, the rookie spotlight's on T-Mac, obviously. All the hype has been about him. Let's see. And shout out to all the Panthers fans that attended Fan Fest, you know, along with me. The super fans. I heard Big Cat was in the house. I heard Unk was in the house. I heard the whole doggone gang was in the house, man, for Fan Fest. And I'm so excited for that right there. So, again, I kind of want to revisit this. Is this the unofficial thing? I want to look at DJ Wadham again because I saw an article saying that DJ Wadham is in danger of losing his starting job because of Princely. And I saw that article earlier today. And I said, I'll be doggone if I didn't talk about DJ Wadham on stream just the other day. That's crazy. That's crazy. I think I might be the only one that actually talked about DJ Wadham in depth, you know, the other day. Or as of the past week, you know, as far as being in danger of losing that job. There might be 2 or 3 streamers that have, but I doubt it. Oh, there's a Raiders pick. No way. No way. Is that Paulo Mayo? Paulo Mayo? Let me see the name. Let me see the name. It's number 20. Oh, what a pick. I'm watching this game live on NFL Network. Yeah, it's Paulo Mayo. Paulo Mayo. Shout out Paulo Mayo. Number 20 for the Raiders. What a beautiful pick. Beautiful read. That's what you want right there, man. Yo, Gordon Ramsay actually bets on NFL games? Come on. Come on. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Get out of here. This will shake up the Panthers roster. What do we got? What do you got? What move are we talking about? Panthers pride. What player are you talking about, man? Cam Jackson obliterated a Cleveland O-line, man. Run defense looks strong against the Browns offense. I mean, everybody looks strong against the Browns offense. Come on, man. It's the Browns offense. There's only like 4 teams that actually didn't look strong against them. And Mike Jack doing Mike Jack things, man. And it does not surprise me that Mike Jack is making noise. What you got? Myles Garrett on Bryce Young. Okay. I don't even know how you got that quote, but cool. Who's calling the offense this year? That is a good question, actually. What is it going to be? Dave Canales, or is it going to be is it going to be the offensive coordinator? Which at this point, he's a face and a name at this point in the offensive coordinator role, unless proven otherwise to me. Because I see Dave Canales calling most of these plays, and it does not surprise me. Trevor Waller says Luke Kuechly and Shaq Thompson have been daily mentors for him. There you go, man. There you go. I mean, we covered that already. So let's go on Twitter. Let's see what's going on Twitter. What do y'all got for us? Anything interesting? Now, here's my question about Shedeur Sanders. With 6 quarterbacks on that roster, was it a combination of injuries and the fact that maybe Dion had something to do with getting him up there in the depth chart for the start for the preseason game? Or, oh, shoot, Clete Blakeman is the referee for the Seattle game. Oh, no. Oh, no. I know somebody in this fan base right now that is about to have a fit. Because he cannot stand this dude. Wow. They really put Cleve Blakeman as the referee for this Seattle game. If y'all don't know the reference of who this dude is, look up Super Bowl 50. That's all I'm going to tell you. Look up a certain wide receiver's catch that did not get called a catch for us. That's all you need to know. Yeah, my buddy's still salty about that one. I can't wait till he comes in the chat and I tell him that. He's going to flip. Alright, let's see, restarting space. I can't believe Clayton Blakeman is the referee for this Seattle game. So what? Lee Corso turned 90 today. The legendary Lee Corso is 90. That's crazy. Man, hats off to a legend. That's a legend right there. I love Lee Corso. Happy birthday, sir. Let's see. Jimbo Fisher, don't care about that. CJ Garner-Johnson carted off with apparent leg injury today. Okay. Okay. Pickett and Gabriel both took live snaps and joint practice yesterday. Shout out Sheena Quick. I like her stuff on Twitter. She's excellent. Everybody go follow her. She's awesome. Okay. Well, yeah, AR is hurting, man. Daniel Jones is trash, as usual. Defense special teams looks horrendous. Colts football is back. Yep. Colts football is definitely back. And nothing changed a bit since last year. Indy. Come on, man. Y'all really thought Daniel Jones could solve your problem in Indianapolis? Oh, my Lord. I think it's so. At this point, I think it's suffice to say that Indianapolis does not understand quarterbacks. If Dave Cannell is the quarterback whisperer, the Colts are the dead polar opposite of that. Because they don't know what they're doing. They've been rolling through quarterbacks like we were at this point. And they haven't been right since Andrew Luck. Let's keep it a buck. The Colts have not done anything right quarterback-wise since Andrew Luck. That was the last good quarterback they brought through there. Which, to me, is a joke. You know, all respect to Colts football, man, but that is a joke. And I think even Colts fans would agree that's a joke. Man, I don't know what they're doing out there, man. Andy, y'all better figure it out, man. If you want to start winning games, that is not it. That's not the way to do it. Let's see. Yeah, it takes a lot of talent, a lot of detail. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Ravens defense is crazy. Okay, cool. Let's see. Let's see. Anything else that we missed during this camp that needs to be addressed on Twitter here? I'm not seeing anything big. Just checking around the league too. I follow a lot of different stuff. Oh. Okay, Wester. With a punt return for a touchdown for the Ravens. Look at that. Look at you, Wester. They got a baller on their hands right there. Ooh. Ooh. Man, this man can cut. That's a good angle right there. It's a good camera angle. Bye-bye. To the house. Wow. Okay. Yeah, shout out Pat Coltrane, shout out Shellytron. I love both of them as YouTube creators. Love their work. And any Panthers content creators that want to come in, man, and join us on stream, you're more than welcome. Anytime you want. You know. Shout out Panthers Culture. Shout out Panthers on Tap. Yeah, AR took a clean shot for sure. Slater suffered a season-ending patellar tendon injury and will undergo surgery immediately. Ooh. Yeah, let's talk about that real quick. Did we dodge a bullet on Slater? Did we dodge a bullet on this man? Because Slater was one of my top-rated tackles. If y'all remember, when I was scouting these tackles, man, he was on that list. Top 3. And wow. That's big right there, man. That's big. And he just got paid too. Mm-mm-mm. Hate to hear that, man. Hate to hear that. Cause I really like that dude, man. I do. Beware of cats. Okay. Beware of cats. There you go. Panthers cats. Okay. I don't think we're going to get anything else. So this is why I wanted to see I wanted to see this content in person. That way, like, I can judge the good, the bad, and the ugly of these training camp days. Man, Clete Blakeman, get off my screen, bro. Get off my screen, homie. We are not friends, Clete Blakeman. Get off my screen. But anyway, yeah, Pete Carroll doesn't like him either. Look, look at Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll just like, are you serious? Like, really? 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 Did this dude actually call that? You don't like him either. Oh, man. Well, yeah, man. I wish I could get a chance to see these Panthers in action, you know, during these joint practices, because really, I would get a full picture of what we were dealing with by being able to see these two practices. You know, even if you miss, like, all the other ones before this, you know, and you see these two practices, you know, you get a better understanding of who this team is than just these two than a whole week and a half with and without pads, in my opinion. But, you know, that's why you study it as a whole, too, because you get to see all these double moves and stuff like that these wide receivers are working on. And once you see the joint practices, this is that double move in action versus an actual Browns corner. So that's all these little small things in action against those live opponents. So it's big, man. But sadly, we don't get to see that. But everybody's talking about Rashawn Slater at this point. I'm not going to make a big deal out of that right now. Excuse me. Time has passed. Emotions have cooled down. Time for the ultimate survey. Which was the worst hired by Tepper? Oh, God. Matt Rule. I'm not even going to hold you. Matt Rule. 4-man rush agrees. He was one of the decision makers responsible for Scott Fitterer. That's not my reasoning. When I go back and I look at that team, that's not my reasoning. But I'm not going to focus on that garbage now. We're in the future. This is a new team. This is a new way of doing things now. So, you know. But if I was to pinpoint one of the two coaching hires that was the worst? Matt Rule. Everything degraded during those 2 years. Everything. Everything. So, there you go. If you could bring back one retired NFL player in their prime to add to your team, who would it be? Come on. The answer's on your screen. Luke Kuechly, come on. Come on. I don't think anybody disagrees at this point. I don't think anybody disagrees. Except for the people that love Steve Smith more. The people that love Steve Smith more will probably go Steve Smith on this one. But for me, it's Luke. Come on. But yeah. That's what's going on there. That's what's going on Facebook. What else we got? Anything relevant right now? Let's check. Let's check the Panthers story. See if they got anything new today. Happy birthday to Bobby Brown III. Shout out to him. Shout out to that foundation of Teppers doing some work, with the kids. Good for them. Look at all that, man. That is cool. That's cool. Very cool. Okay, so are we not covering any of the player ones? I guess not. Alright. We don't have any plays. Let's see. Point of view of me waiting for the new Madden to drop. I feel that, man. I feel that right there. I feel that picture right there, man. God, I feel that picture. I want that new Madden to drop soon. I want to play that job, man. Woo, woo. I wish they would rate these guys accurately, though. That's my whole thing. And the crazy part is when you actually play the game, these guys aren't rated right, but some of them actually play the way they play in real life. With that skill level that you saw when you were watching training camp. And I'm like, make that make sense. Make that make sense for the people that love Madden. I don't know. And then there's the days where you get players like Icky that somehow turned into Pro Bowlers on Madden. I mean, I don't understand that. I don't understand it. Y'all have to explain that one to me. But yeah, first preseason game tomorrow. Oh, excuse me, I'm just tired today. I'm always tired. Let's see. Trayvon Moehrig could sense the energy in the defense against the Browns. I saw that article yesterday when they posted this. I actually did read through this. I do agree. I do agree with that sentiment. You could sense it as you're watching, kind of these clips and things that of these players that do certain things like pass blocking and things of that nature. So yeah, I would agree. So it's 7-0 Seattle against the Raiders right now, preseason. Watching it live right now. I mean, I kind of want to get to the pressers. So we're gonna get to the pressers real quick. Okay, what do we got for today? I counted it as days. What? 12 and 13. Because here's the thing. I counted the light day of practice, and I also counted fan day. So that's how I got to 12 and 13. So for anybody that's like confused by the numbers on your screen and the title, as far as what training camp day it is, you know, I count fan day, and I did not count the day off that we had. So if we're doing this math correctly, it should be days 11 and 12, right? Days 11 and 12 or 12 and 13. So I'm not entirely sure. I'm just going by what I've already put up. But we're gonna, let's see. They're saying it's day 10. Yeah. So there's a video of the running back coach. Let's check this out. And then
with
we'll
Panthers
take a
running
look
backs
at
coach.
the joint practice of Dave Canales there. All right, so it should be. Did we have 2 joint practices or just 1 in the past 2 days? I'm trying to get confirmation of that. Did we practice today? Or was all this content that I saw today from yesterday? That's what I need to know. Because I was told that there were supposed to be 2 training camp days of joint practices against the Browns. That's what I was told. Now, this was prior knowledge, before training camp started. There's an article out about that. About who we were doing joint practices with. So, that's what I assumed is it was just both of them. Okay. Alright, we got Michael Bennett in the house for this game against the Seattle Seahawks and Las Vegas Raiders. Shout out Michael Bennett. Analyzing it with the headset on. Checking this out. And we're just starting that second quarter now. Deep pass. Picked off. Ooh. Who got that jump? Ooh. Number 29, Josh Jobe, got the pick. Are we starting to see a resurgence in that Seattle defense a little bit? Could be. Could be. That was an excellent read on that pass. That was underthrown, perfectly read, and he just knew exactly what to do with it. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Back to the content. Let's do this. We are interviewing running backs coach Bernie Parmalee. Let me make sure y'all can hear this and full screen respect. Let's go.
Coach Bernie Parmalee, speak to the talent that you guys have been able to assemble in this running backs room.
Well, we got a lot of talent. You know, Rico, Chew, Trevor, then you got Blackshear, and then we got our young putts, Amani and K-Ron. Those guys work hard, so every day they show up.
There's more than just...
This is my first take and my first experience with this running back coach. Okay? First impression. Let's make it count.
what the backs can do. What does continuity on the offensive line mean to the running game?
Oh, it means everything. We're a direct extension to the old line, so we got to be on the same page. You know, we got mid-zone or we...
Ooh, they're a direct extension to the offensive line. That's what these running backs are. Interesting. Interesting verbiage right there. And he's right. That's exactly what they are.
We got duos. We got to be on point. We got to hit our landmarks, and we got to get through the hole. So they understand that.
It was something that we saw last year, different running concepts. There was as you mentioned, duo, the power, downhill stuff, and then the zone concepts. What's influenced your philosophy when it comes to that?
It's pretty much what we can do. You know, what our players are good at. So we gotta go to the personnel. So we got some really good guys up front. We got good tight ends. Obviously, the receivers on the outside open up the run game as well. So we just got to play to our strengths. So that's what we're doing.
What does Chuba need to do to build off of?
Play to their strength. Okay, cool. Oh, we got a pass interference on the Raiders. Watching the Raiders right now. That cleats flag? I think it was. Bro, that was not pass interference and you know it. Come on, man. Let the guys play. For God's sakes, Cleat. Like, that was a clean play and you know it. He got the first down anyway. Let him play it. Anyway. Back to
What was a very successful season?
Just be him. Just be him. That's it. I told him you don't have to do no more. You know what? Just play hard, just like you do. Take it one game at a time. And he works extremely hard, and it'll come to you. So when you start pressing for stuff, it goes opposite. So just be you.
We always see Chuba as first guy on the field, last guy in the jugs machine. How does that play in the running backs room?
Oh, he sets the standard. He's the leader. And those guys, you know, we got a really good room. We got a good veteran room, young guys, and he's consistent. That's the one thing that, you know, we talking about building the culture. He's one of those guys you like to have as the cornerstone. So, and he does it, you know, day in and day out. So.
Oh, boy. We got a big fumble by Seattle. Big fumble. That's a 15-yard blunder right there. You are lucky that center fell on that thing. And redeemed himself. But now you're back 3rd and 29. What you gonna do about that? Yep. That's time to break out that punter. Dang. What a dead drive right there.
It's good to have.
Rico Dowdle, people have said there's some similarities to Chuba, but the way the NFL is going, it seems sometimes you kind of need to have the clone running back so you don't have to change a whole lot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a good pickup.
Yeah.
I mean, we lost a good one in Miles, but then we picked up a really good one in Rico. Rico's a true professional. You know, he works hard. He picked up the system really well, and he got position flexibility. So, and he fits in well with the group. So it's good to have him in the room.
What about the young pup, Trevor Etienne? What does he bring to the table?
Oh, Trevor, you know what? He's a little jitterbug here and there. You know, he got explosion, quickness, position flexibilities, great hands. Good get up from point A to point B, and nothing fazed him. So he's done a really good job mentally, and it's shown on the field. And then we want to see what he can do in the preseason.
And it's a reflection of his brother, you know, who is in Jacksonville right now. You know, they both got trained by excellent running back coaches, and you know, the same style, same way of doing things, and same discipline, you know. So, you know, it's two great programs with Clemson and Georgia, you know, to create two excellent brothers that are really, really good running backs, you know, and not just really great running backs, but great people too.
Last year, there seemed to be a big shift across the NFL that this may be a running backs league once again. It may be moving in that direction. Does that influence how you guys stack your plays or how you guys approach a game plan?
Well, we approach it, again, we got to see what our guys can do. You know, Rico's style of running, his runs may be different to Chube, or vice versa with Chube and Rico. And obviously Trevor, you know,
Fair.
he may sit there, he may like certain runs. So we try
Fair.
to just, you know, suit their style. They all can run each run we call, so that's awesome. So I always tell them, I say, don't put yourself in the hole now. If a coach say, hey, what type of runs you want, say anyone, you know. So, but we just try to play to their strengths.
Makes your job easier, but you got a fun group, it seems like.
Oh, definitely, and I enjoying every minute of it. So it's good to just have these guys out here and to be their coach.
I like his energy, man. I like his professionalism and just how this dude does things. Yeah. Mr. Parbley, I like you. Keep doing what you're doing at running back coach, man. You're getting work done, man. I appreciate it. All right, Dave Canales.
Imagine being able to build
a Super Bowl winning Panthers team. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're starting to do right now. We're doing it right now.
Believe in the power of prayer.
Let's go.
It was raining this morning. I was like, Lord, just a window, just a little window. And I promise you, it didn't rain until we called it up to have our team meeting at the end. So I was glad. I was excited about that. Now, we were up for the challenge. You know, we had a wet practice yesterday, but I just loved, because of the opportunity to go against the Browns. Kevin Stefanski and I have known each other for 15 years. We both were quality control coaches for Darrell Bevel, who's down in Miami. And so he and I have a lot in common. And so, you know, we had some good interchanges. The veteran guys met before practice, talk about rules of engagement. You know, this is what we're expecting. We expect it to be a physical day. We're not going to dive at legs, and on our side, at least on the offensive side, that didn't happen.
Ooh. Did y'all hear that? We're not going to dive at legs. Ooh. Y'all know exactly who he's referring to, right? Y'all know exactly who he's referring to when he says that, right? If y'all have been Panthers fans for long enough, you know exactly who that was aimed at. Ouch. Somebody that we just paid $100 million to. Just a hint. Ouch, JC. Ouch. I don't know if he was just saying that just a joke, or if he was being real with it. Probably a little of both, but ouch.
It was a physical style of play. And the good part is, too, like when the emotions start going, there was a couple of pushing and shoving and a little bit of face mask lockup a couple times. But I saw two groups come in there, not to throw haymakers and blindside shots, but to pull the guys apart. And they were kind of jawing at each other in a playful way, big smiles and a lot of juice. I mean, I can't dream of a better situation, a better scenario to have that kind of competition, but also to be able to respect each other. And so really just
Excellent. Excellent. This is what I've been waiting for. These guys aren't throwing punches right now. You know, they're just getting up in each other's grills and just saying what they got to say, you know. But we're not throwing haymakers right now. And I like that. And I like the players that stepped in and stopped the fight, too, before they could happen. Yes. Yes. This is what I've been waiting for to happen right here. Because before this, everybody's been making these fights out to be a big thing. Like, oh, they're throwing punches. They're throwing, you know, they're ready to fight. They're ready to go. They're ready to bounce. They're ready to do this, that, and the third. Let's go. They're throwing haymakers. You know, this team's going to win a division. And then it just turns out they're just fighting each other. You know? And there ain't nothing more to it. But with this group, you're starting to see some level of professionalism about it. You know? They're trying to break up these fights. They're trying to make sure that they don't throw haymakers and get penalized and sued by the league and stuff, you know, stupid stuff. You know, so yeah, you're gonna see some jawing, you're gonna see some gridirons locked up, you know, some face masks locked up, stuff like that. You know, that's typical training camp football right there, you know? But you just can't let it turn into haymakers, you know what I'm saying? That's where you got a problem. Is when they start turning into left hooks and right hooks, man. You can't have that. So, because that's that stupid stuff that'll lead to NFL fines and suspensions and stuff like that. So, that's good, man. That's real good. It's real good. All the players that stepped up to stop those. Excellent job. You're getting your credit. You're getting your love right now. Thank you for doing what you did. Because this is not one of those scenarios where you just let these guys go at it and trade punches, man. Because, you know, I'm real happy about that, man. Real happy to hear that.
Tribute to, you know, Kevin and the Browns coming in here and getting some good work in.
What can you tell us?
And that shows us that these guys are ready to come in there and fight and play football. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're ready to get things done now. You know? They're ready to get serious and do what they do. We got some dogs on this team. They got their own personalities. They got their own frustrations. They got, You know, all kinds
It's
of
about
stuff.
JC.
man.
What you know about JC?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of details. I mean, you guys can, check with the local authorities for the accident. I'm glad that JC was okay. He did have to have a few stitches in his left thumb area. And so they got that all cleaned up and sutured up. He's day to day right now. We're just going to kind of evaluate. It doesn't seem like anything else happened. But, we're just going to kind of evaluate him each day. He'll be able to still do some activity and running and all that. But he will not play this game. Hopefully we can get him turned around so we can take advantage of an opportunity in Houston, for that game, which was kind of the plan all along.
What hand was that on?
On his left hand.
Okay.
When your kid is hurting.
His left hand. Got you. Skip that. Let's go.
Do you know how it happened, Dave?
I don't. I just know it was a car accident. I got a text and a call from all of our guys, and they just kind of let us know that they were bringing him in to look at it, and then got him stitched up, cleaned up, and then we'll just kind of see what happens because as you all may, I don't know if any of you have been in a car accident, but there's things that kind of present the night of the next day, so we're just going to monitor him and make sure he's fine.
Here's my question. Why did if you had paramedics on scene for that car wreck, why didn't they stitch him up in North Carolina? Just a general question. Why didn't they stitch him up? Because that could have took 5 minutes, and I know y'all got the stuff in the freaking ambulances. Come on now. Ambulances, do your freaking job, please.
Like it was just right out here outside the stadium. Right?
Yeah, I think it was like Mint and Moorhead right here. So just I don't know exactly what happened, but I know that's where it was at.
You said the plan all along was the plan for Houston, so
yeah.
Friday wasn't in the works.
No, Friday was. Yeah, but the plan was to play the starters in the first two games. Mm-hmm.
Dave, it looked like Bryce threw the ball pretty well out there today. I know you have to probably go back and look at it, but what stood out to you, if anything?
Oh, yeah, just finding his guys down the field, guys being available to him. I think the 7-on-7 period, they weren't on the same page a couple times. And so there's something that we can kind of work through. But, I just loved, the bounce back plays. The Browns are pros too. They made some plays out there, and
the bounce back plays. Okay. So there's a little lack of communication between Bryce and the wide receivers. Not a problem. We can come out there and fix that. That's easy. We can fix that. But the bounce back plays. Very nice. That's what I like to hear right there. That's what I want to hear. Because I want to know how you guys are going to recover from these bad plays. Are you going to shake it off, act like it's a brand new play, or are you going to have lingering effects? So,
just a highlight to see that front. It's a pretty good front, adding Mason Graham inside, of course. Myles Garrett was out there, and so just loved the physical style play that was happening. But Bryce was able to find some opportunities down the field. And we looked a little leggy. We got after it yesterday. I'll be honest. We looked a little leggy at first, but the guys kind of got going in the practice. And, of course, just competition brings out the best in the guys.
What does leggy mean?
Oh, just, when you go back-to-back practice days, we had a good one yesterday in the rain, yes. So just leggy just means like I could tell there were times, guy kind of comes out of a break and, loses his footing a little bit. And so, camp's starting to accumulate, but I love that part because that means we're getting to the place where we're pushing our guys beyond their limits, and it'll pay off for us.
Right. Even with them tripping on the ground and muddy situations, they're still doing what they do. And that's encouraging to see. It's encouraging that they're still competitive. Despite all that. Very good. Let's continue.
Careless got kind of banged up in there.
Yeah.
What happened with him, and did he actually leave practice?
Yeah, so we're going to evaluate him for a groin injury. We're going to take a look at that, kind of let it calm down a little bit this afternoon. But they'll check him out right now, and then we'll recheck him in the morning to see where he's at.
He had a really nice play the play before where he broke up a pass. It seemed like the linebackers were particularly busy and the run defense looked pretty good. What did you see from them in general?
I didn't get to see a second of that part of the practice because I was on the offensive field. Can't wait to watch it.
Dave, you mentioned that there were...
Okay, so he didn't see anything on defense for that entire joint practice yesterday. He only saw the offense. You are a head coach, sir. You are a head coach. We have a Jaro on the hot seat, and you're not watching this defense? I realize you're an offensive-minded head coach, but I need you to look at this defense right now, because we got some trouble spots on that defense. Touchdown Seattle, by the way. I'm watching the live game right now. Touchdown Seattle against the Raiders. Nice little hook route. Beat the double team. Made the safety look foolish right there. Oh, excuse me. But yeah. Nice little touchdown for Seattle there. 6:37 to play before half. But yeah, back to the Panthers content. Dave Canales, I need you to hear me, man. Why were you not looking at the defense? Why? When you know we've got several issues there. We got a lack of depth there. Why was that not your central focus right now in a joint practice when you've been hyping up the offense, the wide receiver core looks great, the running backs look great, the offensive line looks great. You already know that the offense is going to do what they're going to do, you know. So let them show you during, you know, these joint practices for about half the practice, you know, okay, we're doing good. We don't need to be evaluated for the other half of it. Let your offensive coordinator do his job, or is he just a puppet on a string right now? Is he just a face? You know? Like, what? Is he an actual offensive coordinator, or is he just a puppet on a string that happens to be your friend in the office? Which is it? Because I'm gonna need this man to do his job eventually, man, and offensive coordinator. Dave, I realize that you're running most of these plays. And it's way more than people think it is. They can tell you 60-40, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that right now. Because what you're telling me right now is that you're more focused on this offense, who has been tearing it up in training camp for the past 2 weeks, and you're not even paying any attention to that defense, and you're like, oh, I can't wait to watch it on film? With a Jaro on the hot seat? What? Please explain that one to me. Because that makes no sense to me. How you spend zero time with that defense against in a joint practice right now. That makes zero sense to me. Sorry, Dave, but I gotta light you up on that one, buddy. All due respect, tough love, but I gotta light you up on that. No. The next time we get joint practices, I need you to be looking at that defense. Because there's something fundamentally wrong with that defense. The fact that they're not making any noise at all in yesterday's practice. and you're not looking at them. Can we confirm that this is a good report card from Evero? Because right now I don't fully trust Evero. I think a lot of people agree with that sentiment. So, what's really going on there? Is it as he says it is? Or is it not? You need to double check this man. Do your due diligence as a head coach. That is your job. Is to look at all of these players. All of them. That includes special teams. That includes defense as well. Don't be stuck on the offense and have tunnel vision. Are you an offensive coordinator or are you a head coach? Because last year, you were a head coach. So, now if you come out and say beforehand, okay, I'm going to be watching the offense, okay, that pretty much tells the defense they can get away with some stuff under Evero. They can. There's going to be a few hiccups and things that Evero's not going to pick up on that they can get away with. So my question is, like, are you going to check on them too? Double check Evero Ajaro's work? That's your job, buddy. I hate to be that guy, but I gotta check you on this, man. I gotta check you. Pittsburgh's not playing their starters against the Jaguars. Just got word of that on NFL Network News. So, Packers hope to play all 4 quarterbacks against the Jets on Saturday. Okay. Hunter playing both sides of the field Saturday. Alright, we'll see how that goes. I can't wait to see this dude get roasted by a corner. But Justin Fields will play on Saturday, according to the Jets. Smelling salts are prohibited by the NFL now. That's new news. I didn't see that before. See what's going on here. Ooh, that's another Seattle pick, man. Oof. Ooh. Is that Seattle secondary getting better? Never mind this flag rolling, but it makes you wonder, man. It makes you wonder. Yeah, Seattle secondary is going to be a problem. Nehemiah Pritchett with the pick. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Do we play these guys? Hold up. I don't think we do. I'll be real with you, I don't think we do. I'm checking right now. Yeah, week 17. They got some playmakers at running back and wide receiver right now in a corner. From what I'm seeing. We don't deal with the Raiders, do we? Nah, not this year. Not this year. Okay. Okay, so if you send a blitz package up the middle, that Raiders O-line isn't very strong to that. That's interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. Okay. About 4 minutes before half in this Seattle game. Kind of reacting to it on my flat screen here. O'Connell 5 for 10 for the Raiders. Garbage. Okay. Mostert got some carries. Drew Lock 10 for 19 for the Seahawks. 139 yards so far. Okay. Man, let him play, bro. Let him play. For God's sakes. You don't need to throw down that yellow flag so much that you could put it in your freaking laundry basket, man. Jeez, man. It's ridiculous. There you go. Let these boys play. All right. Let's see what kind of news articles they put on the page too. Okay. And we'll finish up this Dave Canals presser. Go ahead and do that real quick.
For a couple moments where guys weren't on the same page, what does it take for you to run a play back or to want to see it over again? Is that a thing you do?
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded.
Oh yeah, we will. Like we'll either repeat it at the end of a drill, because what you don't want to do is go right back out there. The defense saw the concept, just for the sake of just giving the play a chance to start off. So we'll either repeat it at the end of that drill, or we just say, hey, that's another one we got to get back to. We wait till the next day to get it. And the good part about that too is we don't always want to just give them another opportunity right away. You don't get that in the game. You get one shot sometimes versus this particular coverage, or it might be a pressure from our defense and we're trying to attack a protection or something. You get one shot, so the execution is a premium.
Defensively.
Yeah, and I like how they did that as like one opportunity, for some of these drills, And it's like, okay, well, now that we have that on tape, now we can go back after the drills, to take a look at it and fully address it. Ravens 24-16, winning that first preseason game in Baltimore. That is an official score now. We'll get the other one in just a minute.
How do you feel like you guys did out there? I mean, I know you haven't seen all the tape and everything.
I haven't seen any of it. So I just fist bumped E and he said, it went pretty good. We got to watch it. That's kind of all I have right now on the defense.
Defensive field, obviously. It looked like a good day for Bryce. McMillan had a drop.
Yeah.
Take us through your assessment of the offense.
Yeah.
34-27 Eagles over the Bengals. First preseason game. Score. Shipley with 7 rushes. Just kind of looking at the stats right now. Joe Burrow, 9 for 10. 2 touchdowns. I mean, it's Joe. Come on. Jamar Chase, touchdown. Sure. I mean, all the usual suspects were getting touchdowns in this game. But yeah. Dave Canales is about to speak on the offense of yesterday's practice.
The first couple of drills, I think the first team period, I was excited about the execution. I was excited about the physicality of it. Some of our play actions we were able to hold up, which can get a little funky, with different fronts. It's a different defense, than what we've been playing all camp. So that's a challenge. But I loved the run game, loved how we moved it, And then the second team period, it got sloppy. We weren't throwing flags. We had, I think, 3 delay of games and 2 false starts. We can't have that. We're going to put ourselves in really bad.
So we got some penalty troubles. All right. Got some penalty troubles to work out.
Spots, when we're putting ourselves in 1st and 15, and or if it's a 3rd and 6 and we have a false start, all of a sudden it's 3rd and 11, and makes it really hard. That's now you're in the 20% or less, conversion zone. So I think that's something.
Y'all remember we had a lot of those situations pop up during the worst possible times during these games last year. During major situations that killed drives and kept us from getting points on the board. And yeah, that'll kill us. Down the line, that's going to kill us, man. It's going to kill us. During Frank and Matt Rule's time, the penalties were at an all-time high in franchise history. We had the worst number of penalties compared to other Panthers teams in those 2 years. Completely undisciplined, and it was just pure, unfiltered garbage that we were watching on the field as far as that goes. There were so many pissed off fans because of this, including myself, because I hold these teams to a pretty high standard as a fan. I expect big things, out of these players, and, with a bad coaching staff, I kind of lay off a little bit because I know that coaching staff is mostly the reason for it, under Matt and Frank. So I did lay off a little. But when it comes to penalties and stuff like that, no. I'm not going to lay off on that. No. I'm going to throw all the tough love out there and throw all the smoke because that needs to happen. You got to clean that up in major situations. Otherwise, it's going to cost us drives, which costs us points, which costs us games.
That just from what I saw, I was very excited about the physicality. I was very excited about the execution after the snap, pre-snap. These kind of opportunities really shine light on what you need to work on, and so.
Calling some of the offense or all the offense?
Yeah, he's been calling all of training camp, and our practices were scripted out that way. And I trust Brad. We've been together forever, 2 years, for myself as a play caller. So he and I have been it allows.
I don't care how long you've been together with this offense coordinator. Is he doing his job, or are you doing his job for him? Come on, Dave. Quit covering up for the man and tell us, is he doing his job properly? We're going to find out, I guess, in the regular season. I don't know.
It's me, when he calls the practice like that, it really allows me to be engaged.
He calls the practice. Okay, so now my question is, did you provide him with the play calls to call so he just parrots them, as he sees fit? Or did he come up with his own plays? Which is it, or is it a combo of both? Like, I've been asking this question since last year. I'm still asking this question.
On both sides,
This
and I got, some
need
of
to
my
be playing
mentors
around
just
with, y'all.
challenge me to, like, make sure the defense can feel you. Make sure special teams can feel you. They need what you have to bring. They need your presence as a reminder of our standards of practice and what we're looking for. And so, Brad allows me to do that.
Okay.
We saw him targeting T-Mac a lot.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about the evolution from this rookie wideout with his QB1?
Yeah, it's going great. I love the chemistry that they're developing. I think that, especially down the field, Bryce has been giving, T-Mac a lot of opportunities, a lot of shots down the field to figure out where can I put this, where he's going to be able to get his hands on it, and on the...
Breaking news, Josh Allen will not be playing for the Bills on Saturday. Josh Allen will not be playing. So, what does that mean for the Bills game? What does that mean for the secondary and players that are planning on taking on the Bills? We're going to find out. Who are you preparing for? So, Rice is dealing with a groin issue with the Chiefs. Stafford is supposed to come back for the Rams on Monday. Alright. Jared Verse is hurt. Knee collision with Braden Fisk. Oof. AR dislocated his pinky finger. Oh, man.
Play that he had a...
Oh, man. So, let's put this into perspective. You got a Colts offensive line that is pure trash still. You got AR running around like a spring chicken. And gets his pinky finger dislocated. Because y'all didn't protect him properly. And because the dude needs time to throw a deep pass rather than a short and medium, which he can't do. So, Indy, what are you doing? Like, Colts, come on, man. I want the success of every player out there and person out there, that deserves to have it. But when you're not doing your job as a GM and a head coach and building that offensive line to protect your quarterback, you're not, giving AR the chance to throw that ball downfield. You just took away his whole game. Because that's all AR is. I called that since Combine. Since he was drafted. Before this man was drafted. That's all he can really do. Since then he has improved a little bit in the short game, but I mean, it's not enough. It's not enough. You know, you get him a deep wide receiver to help him out, and it's still not enough. I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to sit here and keep bashing the Colts for their dumb decisions, but you got to start making some smart ones. Eventually, you got to start making some smart ones. AR with a busted pinky finger, man. God bless. Colts management, you did this to him. Let's be real. You did this to him. Y'all could have protected that man better. And you know it. It's called spend the money. No. Let's go into over the cap because I need to show y'all something. Cap space. The Colts have $17 million in cap space. $17 million in cap space, and y'all can't protect your offensive line. Y'all can't upgrade that. Not even a little bit to protect AR. If you want this man to have any shot in the NFL, any shot whatsoever, that's got to improve. I'm trying to help you, Indy. I should not be saying the things I'm saying right now, Indianapolis, because I'm a Panthers fan. But I'm trying to help you. Spend the money. Because I want AR to have at least a halfway decent career in the league. Even if he exits early for not being able to do too much, you know, other than that deep ball, if that's what he does, that's what he does. But, you know, for him to have an earlier exit than he should is ridiculous because you won't spend the money to protect him. I think it's utterly ridiculous. You know, and even the Dolphins invested in offensive linemen. You know, they're sitting at 11.7 because they invested money into an offensive lineman to protect Tua. Yeah, they think Tua is the future. The Colts legitimately think AR is the man right now. So protect him. You know, even the Jaguars, who were awful, went out and spent the money to protect Trevor Lawrence. So why can't you? Same with the Falcons. You go out and you get two big name quarterbacks. You go out and you spend all this money on everything else but that offensive line. You're sitting at $4.8 million. Where is the money going for the offensive line? I didn't see y'all draft a single offensive lineman, Falcons. Not a single one. That's your own fault. That is your own fault. When Michael Penix is running around like a spring chicken because Princeton's chasing him down like a rabid dog. I don't want to hear it from Falcons fans when that starts happening. When we meet up. I don't want to hear it. When our defensive end starts sacking you, I don't want to hear it. Don't give me excuses. Y'all didn't spend the money. It's as simple as that. Titans, same thing. Y'all got... Look, man. Y'all got all these good quarterbacks coming in that do specifically what they do. You know, even though they're lower tier quarterbacks, but they still do what they do. They're still good enough to be starters for your franchise, and you won't spend the money to protect them. It blows my mind. I cannot understand that. I cannot wrap my head around that. You know, the Chargers had 31.4, and I get it. I get it. Some of these teams have way more cap space than others. I get that. Okay? I'm not oblivious to that. But if you're sitting there with $17 million and you won't spend to protect your offensive line and upgrade your offensive line, to knock it down to like, spend that extra $7 million, then what are we really doing here? You know, for your franchise, what are you really doing? Because our Panthers went out, we spent that money, we're still sitting at 18.8. Yeah, we put $100 million into our offensive line. Just one offensive line. We got Damian Lewis and your boy on the other side. That's taking care of business out there, man. We went out and we spent, and it paid off. We had a top 5 offensive line last year. That just goes to show you. You spend the money and you protect your quarterback, good things will start happening if you've got a good quarterback. A good quarterback to a great quarterback to an exceptional quarterback to a Pro Bowl quarterback to a Hall of Fame quarterback. All of these types of quarterbacks will exceed if you protect them. You know, the average Joe is going to be the average Joe quarterback. You know, they're not going to do much, regardless of whether you protect them or not. That means you need to replace both. But start with the offensive line, you know, so you can at least see something out there that you can do something with. But yeah. The Cardinals, another case in point. And the Patriots, $59.8 million, New England. 59.8 in cap space. God, I wish we had that much to spend. For the love of God, I wish we had that much to spend in our cap. Can you imagine the damage Dan Morgan could do with that much money in our cap space? Good Lord. We'd have this team built this offseason if we had that kind of money. Man. Then you could actually, like, legitimately entertain that conversation with Michael Barrett. But being replaced for Micah Parsons, man. Because Barrett got moved early on. Because he wasn't doing nothing. That was the time, you know, to go out and get a corner. We got Mike Jack. Cool. And so now the timing is right to go out and get another big name player, you know, but we don't have the capital. We don't have the draft picks. We don't have none of that. See, we're not going for all these big name players no more. That's what y'all fail to understand, some of y'all. This isn't Madden. You can't just go out and get whoever the heck you want. Like a whole doggone Pro Bowl roster and go broke in cap and expect that not to kill you later on when you're trying to rebuild the team again and trying to keep people. See, y'all don't understand how that works. Some of y'all don't. And it's the same ones that go on Twitter and they go, why can't we get Michael Barrett? All these big name players, DeAndre Hopkins, all these big name guys. You fill in the blank, whoever it might be. We can't afford that garbage, man. You look at the Patriots cap space. God, what I wouldn't give for $59 million in cap space right now for this Panthers team. Oh my God, what I wouldn't give to have that. We could do so much damage with that. We'd be a lot further along than we are right now. I would say division is ours because we would have money to pay for all the players that we wanted. Anybody we wanted. Put them on the team, lock it up. We'd have depth. Then, progress would be like, okay, well, now we're putting the finishing touches on it in year 3. But no, we don't have that kind of money. Instead, we're sitting with 18.8. So we got to do with what we got. It is what it is. So, let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all how much we invested in this offense. Look at this offensive number. $164.2 million invested in this offense. 164.2 versus 109.7 on defense. And only rounded up, about $4.6 million on special teams. Called 4.7. Only 4.7 on special teams. For a grand total up to 99.9 in total cap liabilities. Oh my God. I just saw the video of AR getting absolutely destroyed. Good Lord. Whew. That pinky is not supposed to move that way, man. That pinky is not supposed to look like that. God dang. Oof. I feel for that dude, man. I feel for that dude. That's gotta hurt, bro. My God. And y'all had like dislocated fingers or toes or limbs or anything? Sheesh. Whew. Man, prayers for healing for this dude, man. For real, that sucks. But what a hit on AR, though. That's wild. But yeah. Getting back to my point, man, we spent $164.2 million on this offense. So you're looking at Taylor Moton's 31.3 in cap number. Robert Hunt is 21.6. Damian Lewis is 14.5. Icky is 8.7. And I'm missing one. Where is it? Corbett. 5.6. And if you want to factor in Cade Mays, it's 3.4. And Brady Christensen, 2.7. So put all that together, that's what we spent on an offensive line. To protect Bryce Young. So, I mean, that's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money. That's darn near close to $100 million right there. Put into this offensive line. And I'm trying to tell you, man, it is paid off because we got a top 5 offensive line last year. So, why not run it back? Why not run it back? You know, if you're spending that kind of money. So if you look at the projected 2026 cap number is 17.7. Projected 2027, that's what we're looking at. But that number is going to fluctuate a lot by the time we get there. You know, we're not even counting 20 and 29 yet. So that's where we're at, 18.8. You know, we can go out and we can go get Eli Apple right now if you guys want. We could go get Eli Apple. I heard he got cut by the 49ers today. If you want him, go get him. His contract was only $1 million. Let's look at his contract real quick. Yeah. 1.2. 1.2, ladies and gentlemen. But he only cost the Niners $1 million against their cap. Think about that, man. Think about that with his Jets. If this dude has half the talent in his middle finger that he did during the year that he was with us, I don't care if we're running a 3-4 or not. Go sign him. That's $1 million. We got it. Bro. That's pocket change. Compared to some of these other free agents out here. That's pocket change. He's a Super Bowler. He's a former Super Bowl. Y'all remember when Matt Rule said, oh, this dude ain't going to do nothing. Oh, he's garbage. He's this, that, and the third. Okay. Eli said, I got a chip on my shoulder now. Let me show you something. So all that time that I played for you in year one meant nothing at all to you? All right, let me ball out and let me let you find out. Darn near got himself a Super Bowl ring by playing the Chiefs into overtime during that Super Bowl, by the way. Comes back out of that and only gets this contract right here. That's his last contract. 1.2. Now you could say that's because he's 30 years old. Some people might argue he's washed up. Whatever your excuse is, it's not good enough. Go pay the man and go get him. Stop making excuses. Stop trying to... Bro, that is your number 3 corner right there. Let me show y'all something. Hold up. Some people are about to hate me for this. I don't care, though. I don't care. I do not care. Alright. Stephon Gilmore is still sitting out there for $7 million. Bump Rasul Douglas because Rasul Douglas doesn't have it anymore. Gilmore, people think he's too old. Okay, he's 35. Okay, and? He still can ball. And? That's your biggest argument is his age? They're talking about Shador Sanders right now on NFL Network. Starting that game against us. You got Asante Samuel Jr. sitting here at $1.8 million. And you don't want that. You don't want that. Let me tell you something. That's better than Shador. Shamar Bartholomew, and whoever else you got back there behind Mike Jack. Asante is better. Does he fit? Probably. You go back down, you go get, you look at Fabian. Fabian is 1.4. You look at Cortland Sutton. Cortland Sutton, who still has a few years left, 1.2. Troy Hill. Troy Hill at 1.2 is a no-brainer. And y'all refuse to sign any of these guys. Why? Even C.J. Henderson, and I mean C.J. Henderson, an emergency backup, situation there out of these guys. Trayvon Mullen, who's still $1 million. $1 million. It's never going to get any cheaper. Going after some of these guys at third spot. It's never going to get any cheaper. And y'all don't want to make any moves. It's absolutely ridiculous. We could have a lockdown third corner right now. But nah. Nah, y'all don't want it. Alright. We're going to try to solve it in-house. Let's see how that works. Let's see how that works out. I'll tell y'all, man. You're going to regret not getting Eli Apple or Troy Hill. You're going to regret it. And I'll tell you, you better have them on reserve, man. Y'all better have them ready. Y'all better have their phone numbers ready to go on speed dial. If we have any cornerback injuries this year, y'all better have those two on speed dial. Because knowing our history, we have had several corner issues with injuries. I'm not trying to jinx it. I'm not trying to manifest that type of energy. But doggone it, that's our history. And you're trying to tell me we're sitting on $1 million, $1 million, $1 million on this free agent list. And nobody wants to go out and take any of these guys just because they're too old? Don't tell me that's your biggest argument. Eli Apple at 28 years old went to the Super Bowl. 28 years old went to the Super Bowl. Don't tell me about the age conversation, all right? Just don't even have that conversation with me. Because it does not hold up. When these guys still have talent and they've still got at least 2 or 3 years left in the tank. All of these guys. I'm talking about Sutton. I'm talking about Troy Hill. I'm talking about Eli Apple. I'm talking about doggone freaking Asante Samuel Jr. at 26 years old is at $1.8 million. And you won't sign any of them. None of them. Can we get an explanation, please, Evero? Because Evero, I'm looking at you right now. I'm not looking at Dan. I'm looking at Evero. This is your defense, bro. Do you want to improve it? Dan can only do so much for you. Do you want to improve it? Do you want to lock down that corner spot? Do you want to have lockdown depth for 1 year or 2 years until you draft who you want? You could submit your legacy as the Panthers defensive coordinator and get off that hot seat and start doing work. But it starts with understanding where to put these players. It starts with having a plan. And right now, I don't think you have one. I don't think you have one. Yeah, we've improved in fundamentals. We've improved in tackling. We've improved in technique, stuff like that. Discipline. Awesome. But the question remains, are you willing to finish the job? Mr. Ajaro. Are you willing to finish this roster? You could do it right now. In the next 2 years. You could fill out this depth chart. You could fill out this team. We could be even better. Than what we are right now. We could have serious depth. You throw in one of these corners at third spot and have Shamar and what's his name? I'll know it in a second. Hold up. Yeah, you could have Shamar and a Caleb Evans fight for that last spot. All you got to do is go out there and get you a corner. One of these corners for the low price of under $2 million. And you get a baller for 1 year. You can rent one out for next to nothing. And you could still afford your linebacker free agent if you wanted to. Because what would that bring us down to? About $16, $15 million? Shoot. With that, we pay about $7 to $8 million. We're still set. We got $7 to $8 million that we can float around to injury situations. You know what I mean? It's simple. You could go from a mid-grade defense to a top 15 defense that quickly with one of these gentlemen. Just rent it out for 1 full year. And of course, Chow would sit in his nickel spot as he should. You know? And honest to God, I think that Shamar would beat out a Caleb for that last spot. I think he would. I'm going to be real with you. And Caleb's good. He's been in the league for a while. But Shamar's been making some headlines, man. I'm going to be real with you. Shamar's been balling. So, which one would you trust in the number 4 spot? For me, I'm going to trust somebody that's been balling over somebody that has been quiet all training camp. You know? Oh, look at Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's the quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks. Look at you. Anyway, my point is, man, For the low, low price of under $2 million, you could lock up that corner room right now. All 5 of these gentlemen I just named have the talent to get it done. That's up to you, though. If you don't want to sign them now, you better have them all on speed dial, because somebody's going to sign them if they get a bunch of corner injuries going around the league. And you're going to miss your window. They'll never get any cheaper than they are right now. Real talk. They will never get any cheaper. I showed you the numbers. I showed y'all the numbers. Oh, okay. My man Jasper is out there. Shout out Jasper. He's at the game right now. That's coming up tomorrow. What we got? What did Davis?
Where did you get the bump on your head?
Right here? Yeah. Damn, I'm on here on camera with an eggnog.
Man, chuba. All right. Trying to keep it light right now. You know what I mean? But, yeah, you could solve that corner room problem right now. That is 1,000% up to you, Dan. I got full on respect. This is your team. You could make that choice or not make that choice. That is 100% up to you. The invitation is open to you. I'm just presenting options. That's all I'm doing. 100% your team, brother. You know, we're just trying to help you out, man, and make this team better. But if you don't want our suggestions, that's fine too. Hey, no hurt feelings here. No hurt feelings. But that is 1,000% up to you. But yeah, that's the purpose here, man. We're trying to upgrade everybody and make this the best team we can make. And honestly, like, I was just told today that a certain someone jumped somebody in this depth chart. And I'm looking through. Look at this. LeBron Ray jumped Jaden Crumbany in the depth chart. LeBron Ray, y'all. Look at this. Oh, boy. And then you got Nick Scorton jumping DJ Johnson in the depth chart. Oh, snap. Oof. I think that just highlighted what we need to pay attention to back there. And I'm telling you, if Bam Martin Scott keeps making plays, man, and Quaden misses out on a bunch of reps, Bam Martin Scott might take that next spot. I'm going to say that openly right now. How y'all feel about that one? Don't be surprised if that happens. Bam Martin Scott's been making a few plays lately. I'm watching this dude, man. I've been watching him all training camp. Let me get this dude in here. Hold up. Yeah. What's good, David? You're part of the stream, brother. How you doing?
Oh, I didn't know you were streaming. Sorry, buddy.
Oh, you good? You good? You good? So we're kind of looking at all this stuff, and I just pointed out that with Brian Ray beat out Jamin Crumity, and Nick Scorton beat out DJ Johnson. How you feel about that?
Interesting.
Yeah.
And I just read somewhere about they're putting Jalen Coker on special teams. Just read that report.
Really?
Yes.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. And the conversation was also when we're talking about special teams is Blackshear versus Etienne. Etienne has now jumped Blackshear.
I don't know if that's a great idea to put Coker. Well, we got so many wide receivers. Gosh, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
That's
I don't know
wild.
about that either. You're putting Rico down here at the second spot in kick return. Renfro is second in punt return. And then you got Trevor Etienne in fourth, David Moore in third, Jimmy Horn in fifth. So I don't know. For me, Rico is too dangerous to put back there. Because you don't want to see him get hurt, you know? We need
No, take that with a grain of salt about the Jalen Coker, but it was from I'm trying to think. It's a very reliable source, very reliable YouTuber. I just can't think of a name right now, but he's the one that said it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't know if it's accurate, but he said it. I can't think of the name. I can't think of his name, but he's very reliable. He's always at the practices and stuff. I can't think of the name right now.
CV.
No. Let me see if I can find it.
I know CV's accredited.
It
So
might.
he would be out there.
It's not. No, it's not CV. It's the other black guy. Something. I think it's something Jenkins. I can't think of his first name.
Oh, okay. Yep. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, that makes sense. That checks. I'm watching this Seattle game right now on NFL Network.
Is it a live game or?
Yeah, it's a live game right now.
I didn't know they had a game on right now.
Yeah, Pete Carroll's the head coach over there for the Raiders.
Oh yeah, that's. I'm still shocked about that.
Yeah. They were showing Sam Darnold in an interview earlier. Ooh, nice cut.
Let's see here.
That running back took off fast. Who is that? Mr. Wright, you got some speed, sir. Oh, man. Put away the flag, Cleat. Put away the flag, man. What?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Is that on Peacock?
Really?
Is that down?
You're gonna call holding on that? Really?
Let's see.
You're seriously gonna call holding on that?
Let's see if I got that on here.
Bro, that was not holding. Come on. Let these guys play, man. God, 40 got absolutely juked out of his shoelaces. Ooh, that was dirty. Oh, man, I miss football. Oh, man, I miss football so much. Oh, it is back. This is the first actual full NFL game I'm watching of 2025. It feels good to be back, buddy. It truly, truly does. Up, false start. They're probably going to call that offsides. But doggone it, man. Nope, false start. Quinn actually got it right this time. it's your it's your least favorite ref in this game. I don't know how you feel about that.
I'm gonna look up Jalen Coker to make sure that's reliable, just to confirm it.
Okay. Good. And then you got
I don't see it nowhere in the when you type it in Google search. I don't see nothing about that, but
I'm not seeing it in
he
the
must
depth
not.
chart either.
He must not. He must know something we don't know or something. It was like on a YouTube short clip.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know.
Some of these guys hear some stuff, and it may or may not be true. It might be a rumor or something. I don't know. I don't know who their sources are. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it isn't.
I'm just knowing he's always out there with Carolina Vibe and stuff. He's always out for practices too. Just.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an accredited YouTuber, then yeah, pretty much everything you put out is going to be right.
I'm hoping it's wrong though. I don't want him being special teams really.
It's very rare when you see a retraction on people that are accredited. 16-10 Seattle, 6:33 to play in Seattle against the Raiders. Live game going on right now. All right, so we were kind of talking about this corner free agent situation. You're looking at Asante Samuel, $1.8 million. You're looking at Troy Hill, $1.2 million. You're looking at Eli Apple, who just got cut, $1.2 million. And you're looking at C.J. Henderson, who still has not been signed, $1.1 million. An emergency, choice there. Then you got Trayvon Mullen, $1 million. None of which have been signed. You're never going to get anybody cheaper, on this list. It's just not going any cheaper than that. Now is your opportunity if you want a lockdown third string corner. You got Stephon Gilmore out here with $7 million. But I mean, who's going to pay a 35-year-old, Gilmore $7 million? So I get that one. Rasul Douglas is going to want his $7 million. So nah. But, the rest of these guys, man, you're never going to get another opportunity to find these guys cheaper. And again, you look at Eli Apple. This dude was in a Super Bowl at age 28. Age 28. So don't throw the age, argument at me. It doesn't fly. So, I mean, if you were Dan Morgan, and you're sitting there with $18.8 million in cap space right now, you could still go back and get a linebacker if you needed to. Which one of those gentlemen would you sign?
Preferably somebody that fits our system.
Correct. You've seen what Troy Hill and the Eli Apple have brought to us. I can understand if people don't want C.J. Anderson. I get that one. But I mean, if you want, and I get it if you don't want Stephon Gilmore because of his 35 years old. I get that. Because nobody's going to pay $7 million to somebody that's 35. I get that.
Here's another. I have a question. It just kind of dawned on me. Do you think Dave Canales was hiding the full playbook last season and was just trying to test out different plays? since it was his first year?
No, I think that we were still trying to figure out what that playbook is going to look like, really. Who's calling most of the plays? You know, we were still trying to figure out, like, the bare bones essentials of what this team was going to look like, you know?
Yeah.
So, do I believe that he held back? No. Now, my question is, because of the fact that you had Dave Canales only looking at the offense during the joint practice against the Browns, why was he only looking at the offense when you know that Evero is a trouble spot? The depth is a trouble spot on defense. Why were we not showing reps, looking at reps for that defense? That's a concern to me. You're a head coach, and you head coached last year, and you're only looking at that offense that has been popping off all training camp. To me, I wouldn't even be worried about the offense anymore. I would have said, you know what? Do your thing. Here's my playbook. Do your thing. Call these offensive plays. I want to look at the defense.
Yeah.
That's our trouble spot. I'll come back over for about maybe 25% of the joint practice plays and look at the offense. Maybe just see what's going on. But I want to look at that defense.
Hey, here's the laugh of the day right here. You ready? I'm on Carolina Huddle right now, and this guy posted a thread that says, "It's a preseason game, but losing is not an option." It's preseason, buddy.
Exactly, it's preseason. Nobody cares if you win or lose in preseason. The point is keep these players stay healthy and you move up the depth chart.
That's what he said.
And proper evaluation. That's the point of preseason.
Oh, that's so funny to me.
People don't understand the point of preseason. Really? At this stage, y'all don't understand the point of preseason.
Oh my goodness.
And yet everybody values the Pro Bowl and says, "Oh, the Pro Bowl is everything and sliced cheese." It's what everybody essentially goes for.
The Pro Bowl used to be great, but I don't even like to watch that mess anymore. It's kind of like flag football. I don't even like it.
Exactly.
It's terrible.
Exactly.
Terrible.
Why are we glorifying the wrong thing?
I mean, back in the day, it was actually worth watching. Like, it used to be pretty fun to watch, but now it's just not fun to watch anymore. It's not.
Right. It's a glorified vacation for these players. It signifies, okay, yes, you did a bunch of stuff that was successful during the season, and you should get the attention that you deserve. But at this point, it's like the Heisman, and we haven't had a good Heisman since Reggie Bush. Since then, the Heisman has been a joke.
I think they should really go back to how they used to do the Pro Bowl, They should, but they probably never will.
I'll go back. I'll be fair. I'll say Cam Newton. Okay? Cam Newton was great. But beyond Cam Newton, I'll give you Cam Newton as a freebie. But the rest of these Heisman winners have been a joke. Find me one that has successfully stayed in the league for long enough to actually make a difference. Or been a difference maker since Reggie Bush.
Yeah.
And even Reggie Bush took an early exit. Come on, man. Like, it's been a joke. And you're talking about, oh, the Pro Bowl this, the Pro Bowl that. Look, the Pro Bowl is a glorified flag football game. Nobody's going to travel out to Hawaii for that crap anymore. Nobody's even watching that crap anymore. Okay, you got your glorified awards, awesome. You did your thing during the regular season. There needs to be some celebration of that, for sure. But, like, to the point where it's turned into flag football is ridiculous. to where everybody glorifies it. Versus preseason, where these guys are putting blood, sweat, and tears on the field just to make a 53-man roster, is insane to me. And it gets no attention whatsoever.
Oh my goodness.
None.
Man, stop it. Stop it, Bleacher Report. Don't do this. No.
What do they say now?
It's a terrible article.
What you got for
saying
me?
that they're saying that we should be putting Adam Thielen on the trade block this preseason. No, man.
Why? Why?
Y'all crazy?
Why would we do that? We have no reason to.
Here, I'll send you the article. It's from Heavy, but when you look down, when you actually read it, the source is actually from Bleacher Report. But
okay, yeah,
that is a terrible, terrible assessment. Don't do that.
Here we go again.
I'd have sent it. I'd have sent it to you.
Here we go again, sports media. I'm trying to tell you, man.
It says which Panthers wideout should be traded. Oh my goodness.
Good Lord. Why would you even ask that question? Why do we even need to trade anybody to begin with? Okay,
it says the Panthers could ask for either a 5th or 6th rounder for the 34-year-old Thielen, considering the age and trajectory of his career. Oh my gosh.
Why? Why would you want to
so
trade
terrible?
We don't.
Yeah, I'm really starting to not like it.
He's not worth a 5th or a 6th, bro. He's more.
I know it's trash. It's a trash article.
It's an really opinion article. It's an opinion article.
Yeah.
He covers the Major League Baseball for Heavy. You know, okay, so you're a Major League Baseball guy, yet you're covering football and you know nothing about football. Yeah, you threw in some random stats in there from the Vikings time. Okay, cool. Did you throw any stats in there from the time that he's a Panther? No, none.
I want to see Thielen and Renfro together at the same time. Like, that's crazy.
Me too. When Renfro's healthy again.
Yeah.
Cleat, I swear to God, put the flag down, bro.
Oh, don't tell me he's reffing this game.
Yes, he is.
Is he reffing it? Oh, gosh.
Yep, I was about to ask your opinion on that. How is that a pass interference? How is that a pass interference? He pushes off the face mask of a defender. How is that a pass interference?
If it makes you feel any better, he coached our last Super Bowl. Terrible.
That was apparently a pass interference on the defense. When the defensive man actually got face masked.
He's a terrible referee. He really is.
Like, are you serious? How? That is the most garbage referee call pass interference was I've ever seen.
That's Clayton Blakeman for you.
Pure garbage. No, he pushed it off with one hand on the face mask under the defender, and the defender gets called for pass interference. Like, how? Excuse me? There's not even a hand on the wide receiver at all. Not at all. He's the one getting face mask, bro. Like, what? God almighty. Like, who taught this man how to ref, please? That is pure trash.
Oh, God.
That is pure trash right there.
Well, it is officially game day for preseason, week 1.
That's
for
right.
The Panthers.
That's right. It is game day.
It's early, but it's game day.
This dude wants to mention the Indianapolis Colts in this trade article here. Let me tell you something about the Indianapolis Colts. AR just went down with a broken pinky because you didn't protect his offensive line. How is Adam Thielen going to help the situation? He's not. You need an offensive lineman to protect AR. How does this man help?
You don't.
Mr. Mustache Man. That looks like he came out of a freaking Macho Man movie. How's that supposed to help him? Sorry, but I got a crack on the mustache, man. It looks like a caterpillar. How? It looks like he came out of a freaking Napoleon Dynamite movie. Like, for real? How you gonna tell us how to... I don't understand. We just paid Adam Thielen $25 million. Now you want to trade him? Nah. Get that garbage off my screen. Miss me with that BS. Swipe left. Swipe that junk left. Alright. They just started the fourth quarter. The Raiders game.
I wish they'd go ahead and get rid of Clete Blakeman, man. He's just pure garbage.
How is this dude still reffing in the league? That's what I want to know. Like, everybody hates him. Even Pete Carroll hates him. I saw Pete Carroll reacting to one of his flags earlier. This dude was just like, oh. he was just as confused as the rest of it. He was just like, how?
Oh gosh, that's not good right there. That
Well,
ain't
Pete
good.
Carroll is reacting to that bull crap. Come on, man.
You're not gonna like this. I typed in Clete Blakeman just for the heck of it. I was just browsing. I was browsing through the pictures.
What?
And there's actually a picture of him and Roger Goodell together smiling. I'm like, oh my gosh. That ain't good.
Need I say more about this dude right here? Need I say more? If you need any more proof, if you don't know who this dude is, go look up Clete Blakeman Super Bowl 50. Go look up Clete Blakeman Super Bowl 50. That'll tell you all you need to know. There was a certain wide receiver that did not make a catch in that game, and he called it incorrectly. Horribly incorrectly. But yeah, that's the reference right now.
Oh wow, I just found out something. Wow.
Everybody pretty much hates Clete Blakeman in the Panthers franchise right now.
Hey, you're not gonna believe this. You're not gonna believe what I just found.
What?
In the Super Bowl 50. You know, yeah, we all know Clete Blakeman ref the game.
Yep.
But guess what? Guess what?
What?
That was his first time ever refereeing a Super Bowl. I just found that out.
No kidding.
No kidding. Does that not seem fishy to you? And he's a Broncos fan.
He is a Broncos fan. Dang.
It's terrible.
Ooh. Hey, NFL is rigged, people. There you go. More fuel to the fire right there. More fuel to the fire.
Oh my gosh. This was back in February 2016. Listen to this, Corey. It's from this is from ESPN too. It says Juicy but irrelevant. Broncos are 5-0 in games with Super Bowl referee Clete Blakeman. Oh my.
What? Wow. Wow.
If that's not fishy, I don't know what is.
Wow. Oh my God.
That's from ESPN.
That stat is wild. That's wild. All right, 16-13, Seattle. Pete's got a gigantic smile on his face right now.
Yeah, let me send this to you, Corey.
He's
This is
loving
just-
every second of this.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, I sent you the article from ESPN.
Yeah, it's a real article, y'all. There it is. Y'all see it. Wow. So with the injuries we had today, there was an article writer saying we had little choice but to go sign a veteran linebacker. That was how it was put. I don't like how some of these news articles are language wise are put. You know what I mean? Because you guys aren't the GMs of this team. Okay? Dan Morgan is the GM of this team. He can do whatever he wants. He don't have to go by your advice. He don't have to go by nobody's advice but his own. If he wants to just take over this whole team and just dominate it as a GM, he can do that. That is within his power. But no, he relies on other people to help him out. You know? But is he going to listen to some off-brand Sports Illustrated article writer that's going to tell him, oh, you have little choice but to do blah, 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 blah. Fill in the blank. Come on, man. You don't think he knows what he's doing? How do you think we built this roster?
And here's the last fact I'm going to read about the Clete. Let me get off this, but it says in Super Bowl 50, the Carolina Panthers were penalized 12 times for 102 yards, while the Denver Broncos were penalized 6 times for 51 yards.
102 yards, y'all. 102 yards. That's an entire football field worth of penalties. Oh, Lord. Y'all done got him started. We done got him started. I should have never mentioned that name today.
Yeah, I'm done with it. I just wanted to throw that out there.
I done messed up today, y'all. I should have never mentioned that name today. Because I know that's a trigger point for him right there. Oh, boy. Beware of cats. So, 5 things to watch for the new game against the Browns. Let's see. Testing receiver depth. I think we're all right for that. Kicking competition continues. Absolutely. That's a big one to watch right there.
Yeah, definitely.
Fitzgerald struggling. Matthew Wright hasn't been doing much. So, but he has the numbers. He has the percentages. Defensive line gets its debut. Yep. Facts. Ooh, nice pass. Very nice pass to a tight end. Who is this? You got number 6 for the Seahawks throwing it to a tight end in double coverage. Finding that gap in that big coverage span right there. About 3 silver jerseys. Beautifully done. Yeah, Jalen Monroe's doing work, man. So we've got let's see, Shador's debut, and here's my thing about Shador. The man's got talent. He's got skills, and he showed it off. You know, it's going around social media. You know, my whole thing is like, how do you have 6 quarterbacks on that team? How do you have 6, bro? How do you butcher your quarterback room so bad that you have 6 quarterbacks? Jesus. I don't even... I said that earlier tonight, but how do you have 6 quarterbacks? Like, the only time I've ever seen a team have 6 quarterbacks is when we had a ton of injured players at quarterback. We got all the way down to Gilbert. I think Gilbert was the only quarterback that didn't get injured that year, which is wild. That was 5 quarterbacks. Okay, Cleat. All right. Referee meeting. They're talking about how big and expensive their car is. Come on, make a decision. Make a decision. They're following around like sheep. Make a decision, Cleat. Bro, come on, man. Oh, man. What are we watching right now? 9 minutes and 39 seconds left of this game. It's already still looking like a circus. Anyway, but yeah, I think that rather than Shador, I think that Jimmy Orr Jr. is going to get the attention in this game. Once we start playing, it's going to shift from Shador to him. And why do I say that? Because he has been tearing it up in training camp. So all he's got to do is put that ball in the air to Jimmy and let that speed take over against the Browns. That wide receiver core looks so good against that secondary of the Browns during joint practices in the last 2 days. Come on, man. Come on, man. Dave, why are you worried about that? Bro, you knew these guys were going to succeed. Why are you watching tape on the defense? You shouldn't be watching tape on the defense. You should be watching the defense itself. Sorry. It's just, that's how I feel about it. You know? They're running a Taco Bell commercial right now. But yeah. I'm just not. I'm not understanding. You know, is this offensive coordinator a figurehead, or is he actually calling some of these plays? Dave Canal said he is today in the press conference, which we still probably should finish up, by the way. Let's go ahead.
Touchdown that he dropped today, and he was kind of running a corner route, and Bryce kind of.
Hold up. Who dropped the touchdown? Who dropped one?
Put this where he's going to be able to get his hands on it, you know, and on the play that he had a touchdown that he dropped to me to like make sure the defense can feel you, make sure special teams can feel you. They need what you have to bring. They need your presence as a reminder of our standards of practice and what we're looking for, and so you know Brad allows me to do that.
Following up on Bryce a little bit, we saw him targeting T-Mac a lot.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about the evolution from this rookie wideout with his QB1?
Yeah, it's going great. You know, I love the chemistry that they're developing. I think that, you know, especially down the field, you know, Bryce has been giving, you know, T-Mac a lot of opportunities, a lot of shots down the field to figure out where can I put this where he's going to be able to get his hands on it, you know, and on the play that he had a touchdown that he dropped today, and he was kind of running a corner route, and Bryce kind of, instead of leading him to the back pylon, Bryce kind of threw it right behind the defender, and I think that was a new one, you know, for T-Mac, because he was like, oh, shoot, this is a good spot for it. Bryce kind of saw it, so I was excited about that. Bryce turned around to me, we're both smiling, and we would love him to catch that ball. He will. But I love just taking those attempts down the field, just because it's just the me to you factor, you know, learning new skill players within our scheme.
Dave, go back to what Brad calling plays. Would that be something, an opportunity you'd ever give him during the preseason? Or
Yeah.
is your focus? Okay.
Preseason, absolutely. Regular season could be. You know, I think that I still have a lot to give to our team in terms of, you know, being able to have the continuity and the, you know, just kind of building off of the first year, you know. But in the preseason, absolutely. Jarrell will do the same thing, you know, with Pete Hansen, with Jonathan Cooley. These are guys that we would love to develop. You know, we're a developmentally minded organization, and that's our players, but it's also our coaching staff, you know. And I think back to my time in Seattle, and I got opportunities to call plays in scrimmages. I got opportunities to call.
Excellent play by Reed the second for the Seahawks, shutting down a little swing pass to the outside. Excellently done. He read that play and shut him down for a loss of 2 right there. Got him in the backfield. Good pressure on him too. Ooh, that Raiders running back's pretty strong. That's a tough little back. Who's that? Collier? Okay. Collier. It's 2 L's. Collier. Yeah, that's a tough guy right there, man. That's a power runner. Got about 5 yards off of that. There he goes again. Not bad. Not bad. Y'all got a tough little running back right there. I would not want to see him in game, you know, when we get to December. They're interviewing Cooper Kupp right now. But, yeah. Back to the Panthers content. We're talking about T-Mac getting the ball behind a defender. And he drops it. Okay.
Not to call any of the preseason games, but when we would have move the ball periods and say the second or third group was up, you know, they'd be like, here, give you the walkie-talkie and go for it. Here's, you know, so I would like kind of prep the night before and have a couple of thoughts, and it just kind of got my juices going. And so that the first time I get a chance to be an offense coordinator in Tampa, it's not the first time I've ever called plays through a microphone with the delays and all that. So I love that. I love, having that opportunity for those coaches to kind of think for the next step in their careers.
You've praised Jack for his work behind the scenes, and obviously in that third quarterback role, you're getting very limited reps. We saw a really nice play from him to end practice. How much more prepared do you think he is for this preseason than maybe he was last year?
Yeah, a lot more prepared. I saw him take steps throughout last preseason from one game to the next in terms of his operation, just calming down, knowing how to win his way. And then I saw him play really well against the Bills in the third preseason game. So I fully expect, Jack to continue to take strides. He's been there before. He knows all the words. And also to just help elevate the rest of the group. Because when you get out there in games, sometimes the guy might not line up properly. Sometimes the clock's running low and, hey, we got to go. So I feel really confident that he'll be able to help that group operate.
Mom, what's that? Nice read by Miller there to recognize his wide receiver, in a deep coverage one-on-one. Beat out the corner, safety was late. Beautifully thrown ball. Yeah. That's a touchdown. Nicely done. Raiders ain't done yet. They got some talent. No question, they got some talent on offense. But Seattle's got some talent at corner too. So don't underestimate those corners right now. They were knocking some balls down earlier and shut down a few plays. So, we're starting to find out who some of these secondary players are for Seattle. And I think it's something worth watching. We got the Raiders in week 17. We don't play the Raiders this year. We got Seattle. So thankfully we won't have to deal with that running back they have. So but yeah.
Nothing. Just get in the car. Let's go.
Let's get these ads out of the way here. All right. What you got for us?
Jalen Coker came up with a couple of touchdown passes and 7-on-7s with a kind of a loaded wide receiver room.
Yeah.
What has competition been brought out in him? Have you seen in camp?
Yeah, I think Jalen has taken full advantage of the 5 weeks that we had off since the spring. In OTAs, he kind of just was ramping up, kind of getting a plan for his readiness, and he came back a different athlete. I have to say, of all the guys, Jalen really did a great job of just working on his transition, his speed, his body comp, his readiness for practice and all that. And I think he's just taking steps. He was a rookie last year, kind of thrown into the fire. And this year now he's got a plan. He's got a routine. We talked to the guys about the routines, and people ask, who are the players that you've seen have success over time? It's the young players that have been able to help. They just kind of watch a veteran player and they just follow kind of their preparation when they study, when they take care of their body, how they recover their legs and all those things. And, and Jalen, he shows up like this, and you're playing against other pros, and he's got game experience, so this isn't too big for Jalen. And he got out there and made some great plays. So, and I'm also excited about his impact on special teams. He's done a great job this camp, also covering kicks and also as a blocker.
It looks like he's doing a lot more of that this summer. How much of a learning curve is that for a guy who in college probably wasn't doing that much of it?
Yeah, it's huge, and I think it tells us a lot about the football player, and their ability to adjust on the fly. Special teams, like you think you have this guy and all of a sudden there's a twist, and it's really reacting on your feet and eyes and kind of knowing at the end of the day, I got to get my hands on somebody on this play. And if you're covering the kick, you have your primary responsibility, then go make a play, so those guys will show up. The more we have live reps like we did today, and the more we have these preseason opportunities where the speed of the game, everything goes up, who are the guys that can execute, get off of blocks or maintain it.
What's your plan for the starters Friday?
I think a couple of series. My hope is if you get a good long first drive, we're done there. If it's a 3 and out on either side, I'd love to give them another shot. You know, somewhere in the, if I had a perfect number, it'd be probably 8 to 12 would be like my high hope for the group. And again, like we talked about, it starts the night before. It's the preparation. It's the morning of. It's what you eat on game day. It's the body readiness, kind of working through those nerves before the game and getting yourself into a great headspace to be able to perform.
Bryson Tremaine, does he have a shot here?
Absolutely. I think it's because of all the things we talked about with Jalen. You know, he's doing the right things offensively. He's physical in the run game blocking, which is really important to us. He's being where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there as a receiver. And then he's doing stuff on special teams. And so these are all things that we love. And he's going to give himself a real chance.
All right, thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Okay. So that is Dave Canales talking about the joint practice with the Browns. We do have Bryce Young. If you guys want to cover Bryce Young, we can do that. With about 7 minutes left in this game, we could quickly. Wait. We got something from Trayvon Morig. Okay. I want to see the one from Trayvon.
Honey?
Let's see that. For a lot of people, this is their first introduction to Trayvon. Okay, so for me, this is my second time watching him in a presser. So let's see who he is. Let's go.
Involved in a lot of joint practices or some. Is that the first one where there wasn't like a major brawl?
Yeah, I'd say the ones that I've been a part of. Yeah, this has probably been one of the first ones. So, I think it was good. Mutual respect between both teams, and we played in between the whistles, and we're cool afterwards. So it was pretty smooth.
How did the defense do today, just generally?
Man, just a lot of energy.
Excellent question. Thank you. Finally, somebody asked it. Somebody asked the question. Because the only thing we heard through social media was that Cam Jackson knocked over a center and that Mike Jackson got a pick. That's all we heard about. Literally. The rest of the defense was quiet as a mouse. So I want to hear what he has to say. Who made plays? What happened here on defense? Because Dave Canales said, "Oh, I wasn't even looking at the defense, so we don't even know what's going on. Nobody was paying any attention. You mean to tell me out of all these people, all these sports reporters, all these coaches, nobody is talking about the defensive plays other than these two? Give me something. Give me something, Trayvon."
G flying around, making plays, and just having fun, going against somebody new, somebody, not going against the same offense we've been going against every day in training camp and OTA, so it was fun.
Okay, we flying around, we're making plays. All right, cool. That's what I want to hear right there. That's what I want to hear. It's a less than satisfactory answer for me, but it'll do.
How do you compare and contrast the
Hoping for some
importance of
details.
joint practice versus actually getting live reps in a preseason game? Like, do you prefer one or the other?
No, I think anytime you can go against somebody else, it's always good quality reps. Like I said before, you're not going against, our offense. So we're seeing, different stuff, different schemes and stuff like that. So I think it's all quality reps.
It seemed like there were a lot of PBUs out there for you guys. Do you think you kind of like won the day?
I think we just had a lot of energy, like I said before, and everybody fed off of it, making plays, and just excited to be out there, like I said, and just having fun, like we should be. So.
What's your reaction when word started coming through about JC's accident this morning?
Just hoping everything was good, making sure he was all right. We heard that he was good, and then he just had a minor little thing, so everybody's good, and that was the main thing. So.
Chance to talk to him.
Yeah, he's in good spirits. So, was out there watching us, watching the guys supporting us. So, in good spirits as everybody else is. So.
Dave, Shout out David Screws. He says, I'm here in chat had to jump off. Keep pounding. Carolina Panthers football is finally back. Facts, brother. Facts. It's finally freaking back.
He gave us the plan for the offense tomorrow. Has he told you how long you guys expect to be out there?
Nah, I haven't heard anything yet, but I'm sure, whatever they want us to do, we'll be ready to do it. So.
Trayvon, how hard is it for a run defense to kind of come together when you're practicing against your own guys a lot of times? And is today a better barometer of that?
I think, just have.
Okay, how good is the run defense? Okay, decent question.
Having that mentality of really, like you said, just stopping the run, being physical up front, making the tackles that we need to make. And I think, going against our guys or somebody else, we always will have to have that mentality to stop the run, to get things done the way we need to do it, whether it's us or somebody else. So.
With Shedeur Sanders starting the game on Friday night, how kind of exciting might that be, and what do you expect to see from Shedeur, and what do you guys expect to show him?
I think it'll be fun. I don't think, we're looking at it as, just, playing against Shedeur, and it'll be super exciting. I think any quarterback would be the same way. We treat them the same way, but I don't know what we'll expect. We'll see when we get there. And, I don't want to put too many things on the table that what we're going to do, but we'll see. We're going to have fun, and it'll be an exciting game. So,
approach these preseason games, what is obviously end result winning, that sort of thing, but for first teamers that are going to get limited reps, are you looking at, for yourself on a performance level, are you looking at just fundamentals, execution? I mean,
yeah,
obviously make the play, but are you trying to find, is that what you're focusing on?
Yeah, fundamentals, speed of the game, communication, making sure it's all on point, just kind of brushing the dust off of, we ain't been in the game for some months now. So, kind of just, like you said, communication, just, getting lined up right, making the plays you're supposed to make and doing your job. So that's the main thing.
Excellent. Excellent. That's good. That's what we need right there.
Yeah, right.
What do you make of what Lathan's been able to do just coming in as a rookie, making a statement early on, and it seems like there's been rave reviews about him in general.
Yeah, man, big time dude, big time player. I'm excited to see what he can do in the preseason and the season to come, but just always comes to work with a lot of energy, a lot of passion, super athletic, physical, great ball skills, and can communicate. So he has all the things, in his repertoire to be a very good player.
You see 40-year-old Joe Flacco out there. I mean, does he look like he's 40 when you're going against him?
Nah, man. Seasoned vet. So just a great, to compete against him. Show us things a lot of other people don't, show us that have been in the game as long as he has. So it was fun to go against him and kind of pick his brain. So.
Trey, what can you and Shaw on the field together bring to this defense?
Say that one more time.
What can you and Shaw on the field together bring to this defense?
Shaw?
Yeah.
Man, just like I said with Lathan, man, just energy, leadership, communication, and just being able to, play the way, we're supposed to play. Fast, physical, effort. So that's what you can expect out of us too. So.
I apologize if you've been asked this already, but how would you assess the defense's performance today?
Like I said, energy. That's what I felt all day. That was kind of our big motto, was coming out to practice with a lot of energy, and everybody would match that. And that's what we did. We made plays when we were supposed to, and we fed off each other. So.
Is there one thing since your arrival that's kind of surprised you about Carolina?
The humidity. That's probably about it.
Okay.
Fair answer. Man, I mean,
Fair answer. Yeah. I mean, you get these 98-degree heat days, and stuff like that. So, yeah, fair answer.
Football is football. The scheme is the scheme. You learn it when you get in here.
Right.
Right. Some things are a little different technique-wise, but, for the most part, I've seen, most of, how the defense is supposed to be played. So I just said that.
Everybody good? Thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you, guys. You have a good one.
All right. Trevor Morig, y'all. Mike Jackson. Okay, Mike Jackson. Y'all want to hear from Mike Jackson? Let's do Mike Jack.
When we bundle our home and
Jack,
auto,
man.
we save.
Else was saying that when he was in Seattle, a lot of times when it's kind of misty rain, guys like to wear gloves. You don't. What kind of led to your decision on that equipment?
Ooh, yes. Good question. Because we had that whole practice where we just didn't wear gloves with the rain, and everything else. So I want to see what this man's opinion is.
To me, it's kind of like it's a feel thing. So if it's raining like today, was raining hard, so it really ain't no point of putting gloves on. But if it's kind of like that Seattle rain, you can kind of get away with gloves, but not the regular ones, the rain gloves.
Yeah, that was from 2 days ago when they had the rain. So yeah. I feel like I already covered that in the full press conference. Did we get Lathan? Yeah, I think we got Lathan. Shout out Lathan, by the way, making plays, man, during training camp. Proud of you. Is there anything else? Yeah. Austin Corbett. Yeah. I'm not feeling it right now. I'm not feeling it. I didn't even really want to cover Corbett, but here's the thing. We're going to be doing the Superman live stream probably next week. Whenever the Panthers have a day off of training camp, we'll cover it. If not this week, then the following week. But we will cover it. I want to turn that into its own stream, just 2-hour stream, 4-hour stream, whatever that may be, and just completely cover that, and really deep dive that, because I feel like there's something there. You know what? I said I wasn't gonna do this, but you know what? I'm gonna do it. Hold up. You sent me, where is it? Oh, by the way, they got these Fisher Price toys for the kids. That's kind of cool, man. I like that. Where is it? There it is. I initially said I wasn't gonna do this, but I just want to do the Panthers part of it, because I want people to understand this is what we're dealing with this team. And there's a lot of people that still don't understand this team. That's why I want to do it. Alright, so Carolina Panthers, here we go.
Okay, the Carolina Panthers, led by head coach Dave Canales, going into his second season, general manager.
The Panthers. Why you say it like that? Panthers. You're not from New York, boy. You're not from New York. Come on, John.
Dan Morgan working together, building the Carolina Panthers. The owner, David Tepper, he's been there since 2018.
I'm sorry, I had to do
He's
it.
had a quick trigger, man. He's had 7 head coaches since 2018. He's had 3 different general managers. And since he's been the owner, no playoff appearances, a minus 688-point differential.
Jeez. Did this man just say minus 600-point differential? God dang. Ouch. 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 That's a big number right there. Oof. God. Y'all imagine going into Vegas trying to bet on that. Oh my God. Just, if it was during the Matt Rule or Frank Wright era, just don't bet on the Panthers. Just don't do it. Just don't do it.
And just 38 wins. So I know the owner probably wants to see the Panthers get back into the postseason. This is a team that a lot of people may have forgotten, had a late season surge. Remember, the Panthers have been really quiet. You talk about the Lions restoring the roar, the Panthers have been a real quiet cat for about 7 years. They haven't gone to the playoffs, but in their last 3 games, they went 2-1, and they look sharp, eliminating Arizona, eliminating the Atlanta Falcons, and they improved from 2 wins to 5 wins under Dave Canales, the former Tampa Bay Buccaneer offensive coordinator, although all 5 wins were against teams with a losing record. But I think the guy to keep an eye on, without a doubt, is Bryce Young. Remember, #1 overall pick. They gave up a lot to get him. He inherited a horrible team. He was not on a very good team. And
I was there when we drafted him. I was in the Bank of America Stadium when we drafted the man.
Benched him in September. A lot of people out there take a dive in adversity. I kind of crumble in adversity. This guy thrived, man. He watched Andy Dalton come in, and he came back the last 8 games a completely different quarterback. His command, his playmaking, his production was different, man. And in the last 3 games, he completed 65%, 7 touchdowns, no interceptions. He knocked the Falcons out, man, in Atlanta, and then he knocked the Arizona Cardinals out, so he was impressive. This team...
Let me pause that for a second. We got a tie game in Seattle with 1:12 left. Raiders just kicked a field goal and tied it. Seattle's got 3 timeouts. Raiders have 2.
Team has a good offensive line, 2 very good tackles, 2 powerful guards, and they have 2 centers that can play. They've got 2 running backs here that have rushed for over 1,000 yards last year. Hubbard had 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns, and they signed Rico Dowdle from the Dallas Cowboys. He had 1,100 yards rushing. Baby. And they drafted Trevor Etienne out of Georgia in the 4th round. They've got 2 big young receivers. They drafted McMillan out of Arizona with the 8th pick, and they drafted Leggett with the 32nd pick the year before, and they're both really big guys. So I like the youth, the development of their offense, but they got a historically bad defense last year, and they've gone out and made numerous changes to resolve that. But last season, they gave up 534 points. I mean, hell, Jake Malasek could have scored against Carolina.
Ooh. Not Jake, man. Not Jake. Oh, man. My man actually went there. Oh. Oof. Oh, y'all got roasted and you deserved it. But, oh my goodness. Wow. 534 points last year. Whew. Y'all deserve that roast. I'm sorry, but y'all deserved it.
They gave up a scoring record last season, 31.4 points per game. Last in the NFL, 31 points a game. Last in yards per game. Last in 3rd down percentage, man. They gave up over 50%. Last in rushing yards per game. Last in yards per play. It's like a punching bag, man. They were bad. So what did they do? They went out and they brought in 5 potential starters in free agency to help this defense. Tershawn Wharton, defensive tackle from Kansas City. Patrick Jones, defensive end from the Vikings. Bobby Brown, a mammoth nose tackle from the Rams. A safety from the Raiders that I drafted. Trayvon Merring, they gave him $51 million.
Wait. He drafted Trayvon Merring? He drafted Trayvon Mulray? We talking about the same Trayvon Mulray that we just watched in a press conference, right? This man actually drafted him? Bruh.
Dollars, and Christian Rosebloom, linebacker who had over 100 tackles for the Rams. 5 potential starters. And then in the second round, they drafted Nick Scorton.
Shout out Raiders number 68 with the sack. The big boy sack with a minute left. Oof. That's a big time play right there. Big time play. Oh, Milrow. Wrapped him up perfectly, finished the tackle. And those are the types of players I'm talking about, man. Those are the next Afiobata types, you know, that are going to make a roster. You know, in the last 2 minutes, you find out who these players really are, third or fourth stringers. You find out exactly who they are. And that dude just shut down a Seattle drive with 31 seconds to go. You know, and kept this game going. That's the type of players I respect right there.
A defensive end from Texas A&M who left Purdue, but he went to Texas A&M. He's a solid edge rusher. And they got this guy, Uman-Mielen. Princely Uman-Mielen. 10 sacks at Ole Miss last year. They brought in 2 edge rushers and 5 potential starters to help this defense.
To be fair, I don't think anyone's able to say his last name correctly. Much love to you, man. Much love to you. But I don't think anybody can say this dude's last name correctly.
That's exciting, man.
I would like to see them do like the Panthers do like a video segment of you know how they do like the questionnaire things. I want to see them do like a questionnaire thing of trying to spell his last name and say it. That would be funny to me. And whoever does it right, you know, can do a cartwheel or something. I don't know. Just bouncing around ideas. Love you, Princely. But, yeah, funny idea, though.
So the Panthers are trying to help this defense continue to develop their offense. The strange thing they did, though, is they let their kicker, Eddie Pinheiro, go. He's out on the street right now.
There it is. There it is. Eddie Pinheiro is a free agent.
Right now. We had Eddie in Oakland when I was coaching the Oakland Raiders. He made 88% of his field goals. They let him go, and they brought in Matthew Wright, who's on about his 9th team. So I don't understand what they're doing at the kicking.
88% of his kicks, ladies and gentlemen. 88%. 88%. Over some contract issues? Over some contract differences? This is why you never let an agent take over your contract negotiations. If you're a player in any sport. Because what are they going to do first? They're going to look out for, number one, themselves. Because they want more money. That means more roster bonuses. That means more whatever money they can squeeze out of you. You know, so you cannot let them take over the negotiating table. If you do, that's on you. So, Eddie. This one's on you, bro. You could have been kicking for us, man. A healthy 88% kicker could have been kicking for us. But now we're questioning what we're doing with Fitzgerald, who keeps missing the skinny posts in training camp. And we got Wright, who's been trading off kicking duties, but I mean, where is Wright? We haven't been hearing jack crap about Wright. About his accuracy. Where is that at?
Position, but Dan Morgan and Dave Canales continue to build this Carolina Panther team. Let's get into it.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. Ads. Let's get on with it. You got a talking deer. You got a talking taxidermy. Okay, cool. Yeah, Gardner Johnson with the injury. Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Happy to show this.
You know, for all you people that play fantasy football, this is the #1 team I think you should keep an eye on. The Carolina Panthers. Especially their...
Oh. You heard it from John Gruden himself. This is the #1 team you should keep an eye on in fantasy football. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Here we go.
Their offense. Dave Canales, their head coach, calls the plays. Brad Idzik is their offensive coordinator.
I know, right?
Last year, 23rd in scoring, 29th in total, 18th in rushing offense, 30th in pass offense. But don't...
What happened with this Raiders game? How'd that finish? How'd it finish? I see Max Crosby still a Raider. Hold on one second, y'all. I gotta find out what happened here. They ended the game with a tie. They ended the game with a tie. They don't do overtime in preseason? That's not a thing anymore? Okay. All right.
Don't forget the emergence of their young quarterback, Bryce Young. He's emerging, man. This is his second year in this system with Dave Canales. They've had a great offseason. They have a physical offensive line, which we'll get into. And they got some guys that can really run the rock, man. They got some guys that can run it inside, outside, and they got some big-time potential receivers on the outside. And Canales knows what he's doing. He runs a balanced offense, a very creative scheme, and he's done a nice job calling plays since he was in Tampa. This quarterback, Bryce Young, has shown a lot more command, a lot more confidence, and a lot more leadership. And everything I've heard about him in the offseason has been very impressive. And he and Dave Canales are collaborating.
You're showing Gruden and watching the Raiders. How fitting is that? I mean, facts. Facts. They just finished the Raiders game.
Collaborating on this system. It's going to be Bryce Young's offense. He's not going to sit in there this year and just learn Dave Canales' plays. He's saying, hey, man, I want this in here. I like this. There's a more collaborative approach, and that's how it should be in the National Football League.
Right.
But when you watch Bryce Young play, this guy's moving around. He's not the biggest guy, but he gets off the spot, and he maintains vision, and he's making really good, accurate throws, man. Do you like how I did that? Whoop, what? I mean, this guy sees it. He's throwing with anticipation and timing, and the guy can scramble, man. He can get out of trouble, act like he's passing, put it down and run for first downs and touchdowns.
Who does that remind you of? Who does that remind you of back in the day? And by the way, 5,280 yards, 26 touchdowns, 60.3%. It could have been better if he'd have been playing the first half of the year well, but it is what it is. But that's a pretty good start for his career. Pretty decent start.
I love that. His vision anticipation's great, but it's his clutch, game-winning performances at the end of games that's really eye-popping. I mean, watch him in those closing victories. Watch this kid in crunch time situations. And the most important thing he's done, improvement-wise, is his ball security. In those last 3 games, 7 touchdowns,
ball security,
no picks.
Yes, sir.
That's impressive, man. That's a huge improvement.
Yep.
Here's where Carolina must improve on 3rd down. They only average.
Ooh, here we go. 3rd downs, y'all. 3rd downs.
Averaged 17 first downs a game last year.
This man's just said we had 17 first downs all year last year on 3rd downs. 17. Yikes.
That's bad. And they were 26th on 3rd down percentage. They only converted 36% of the time. And what's...
Ouch. Ouch. Those are some bad numbers right there. Ooh. Lordy, those are some bad numbers. Oh. Hey, you gotta respect John Gruden. He did his homework. You might hate what you're hearing right now, numbers-wise, but it's the truth. The truth hurts.
Killing Carolina is time of possession. A lot of that is because their defense is bad. Their defense just can't get off the field. Used to drive me crazy when I was calling plays, man. And I'm standing over there with my sideline sheet, and our defense is out there all the time. Get off the field, man. The other thing is, we're not helping our defense at all by not converting on 3rd down. So we got to take a good look at Carolina in the preseason on 3rd down, both sides of the ball. The other thing is...
No, it's 17 for the entire season on 3rd downs. 17 first downs. That's it. 17.
They got to improve their play-action pass offense. It's bad. I think they only average about 6 yards a pass on play-action. And you would think with Hubbard and this offensive line, you could make some great play-action pass attempts and get some chunk plays. I think they got to do a much better job with that. But their running backs, all you fantasy people out there, you better get to know this Chuba Hubbard guy. He's got 1,200 yards rushing and 10 touchdowns last year. And he missed the last 2 games with a calf strain.
I'm saying, though, Chuba was racking up some fantasy yards last year. And who all was in that fantasy league with me, man? Y'all saw that for yourselves. That man was racking the points up. Chuba, choo. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Pretty impressive, man. Then they got this guy, Rico Dowdle, from Dallas. I have no idea what Dallas is doing at running back, but they let him go. He had 1,100 yards. 2 1,000-yard backs. And
Dallas is stupid to let go of him. Dallas is incredibly stupid. We're going to make you pay for that this year. We are going to make you pay for that.
And they drafted Trevor Etienne out of Georgia via the Florida Gators. He had over 600 yards. He's got some hands, man. He could help them on 3rd downs. And they drafted Jonathan Brooks, don't forget that, 2 years ago in the 2nd round. He's coming off a knee. But they've invested heavily in the running back position. The offensive line, you got to get to know these guys. Their right tackle, keep an eye on their right tackle, Taylor Moton. He comes into the league, he plays in 120 straight games, starts 104 of them. But this past year...
Time to crew. Oh, my...
Woo! Taylor Moton, baby. Taylor Moton, the topic of conversation right now. All right, let's get back into it as soon as these ads are over. You got some Dunkin' Donuts. All right. Wait. All right. Go for
An eye on their right tackle, Taylor Moton. He comes into the league, he plays in 120 straight games, starts 104 of them. But this past year, he missed a couple games with a tricep injury. Then he missed a game in week 18 with the knee. And I'm saying now I hear he has a little bit of a pectoral problem, but when Moton is healthy, you can't get to the quarterback. Over 500 pass sets last year, he gave up 1 sack. I'm telling you, man, they need Taylor Moton at right tackle.
Here's the thing about that. He's grading on last year's success, right? The prior 2 years of Taylor Moton were just awful. If you're actually paying attention, you actually really deep dive Taylor Moton. The 2 years before Dave Canales came along, awful. So let me put that in perspective, because Taylor Moton has turned a total 180 and is doing well now.
The other guy I like is their former high first-round pick. This guy, his name is Ekwonu. Ekwonu. Say it, Jake. Ekwonu.
Really? You like Icky, huh? Alright. I'm here for it. Tell me why.
I like saying this guy's name. He's got long arms. He has prototype size. He's improving as a pass protector. He gave up some sacks. He gets a little bit disoriented with his hands sometimes, and his feet awkwardly, get out of place sometimes. But
there it is. There it is. There it is. Thank you. Thank you. Finally, somebody that's honest about Icky. Finally. I rest my case on Icky right there. Finally, somebody that's honest. It actually says it.
he is on the rise, man, and he will knock your ass off in a running game, man. So they got two good tackles, Moton and Ekwonu.
He's a
Say
run
it with me.
blocker.
You like that, don't you, Jake? They got two free agent guards that they brought in 2 years ago. Love, Damian Lewis, the ex-Seattle Seahawk, and Robert Hunt, the ex-Miami Dolphin. They will rock you. You ever heard that song, We Will Rock You? I think that's...
Oh, my goodness.
What they say when they break the huddle in Carolina.
I love this.
And they got two centers.
Let's go.
Austin Corbett started the first 5 games. He got hurt. And Cade Mays finishes the season pretty good. Keep an eye on the battle at center. They're both back. They're both healthy. So they got a good offensive line. And what I like about their running game...
Can we talk about Brady Christensen, too? Brady Christensen? The Swiss Army knife? You going to bring him up? Please tell me you're going to bring him up. Because, dude, that dude has been the savior of this offensive line. Cade Mays has been the second savior. Both of them scouted and requested to be drafted by our team. I'm just telling you. Our crew were the first to spot these guys. Early. We got lucky we got them both. We got them both and we never looked back. And it's just, the most beautiful draft picks right there. I don't know how we got lucky enough to get both. But, thank you. Thank you that we managed to get both.
is they don't lose yards. Some of these running games, these RPOs, good God, the running back gets high load 4 yards deep in the backfield. The Panthers rarely lose yardage on running plays.
You want to know why? Because we're smart about our play calling. We're smart about our blocking to open up lanes for these running backs. We always have an extra guy out there.
They do a nice job at the line of scrimmage, and statistics will back that up. If you're into PFF or GFF or any FF, stats will back that up.
Yep.
The Carolina Panthers also have 3 young tight ends. Think about this now. Jatavian Sanders out of Texas, a former 4th-round pick. If you watch these guys play the first 10 games, you see a lot of Sanders. He had 33 grabs, 350 yards. But he hurt his neck. I think it was week 12. Then he's inactive, and he really isn't himself down the stretch. This young man from Texas, Jatavian Sanders, is going to be a weapon that you're going to hear from in Carolina. And I like Tommy Tremble from Notre Dame. Keep an eye on Tremble. He had some back surgery in May. I don't like hearing that, but I hope he's okay. He had 23 grabs, 2 touchdowns. He's a big blocking type tight end. And then they drafted Mitchell Evans out of Notre Dame. So they've got 2 Notre Dame tight ends, and they got the Texas.
Finally, somebody that actually mentions the name Mitchell Evans. Thank you. Finally. Took y'all long enough. Somebody finally paid attention to this dude. It's like he's the invisible man throughout training camp so far. And this whole offseason. Mitchell Evans a beast, man. He got completely overlooked. I scouted him too. Watch this.
Texas Longhorn Sanders that give them some versatility in the running game and pass protection. Now the receivers, this is an interesting group.
If you want to build an app and have...
I'm telling you right now, watch Mitchell Evans, because Mitchell Evans is about to pop off. Once he gets fully developed into the system, he is going to pop off. He is going to start pushing Tommy Tremble for that second spot. I'm saying it right now. We drafted a competitor. And normally I'm like, it's a Notre Dame player. You know, Notre Dame players haven't typically worked out in Carolina. Times are a-changing. The times are a-changing. We ain't dealing with a certain quarterback anymore. So we got to get rid of that stereotype of Notre Dame players. You know, just because of a certain quarterback. The times are different now. So let's start taking a look at what players we do get. Because that's 2 Notre Dame tight ends now that have been successful. You know, during OTAs and during training camp. Let's go.
Healthy. I want to say this about Totoro. How do you say it?
Tataroa.
Say it with me.
Tataroa.
Tataroa McMillan. All I know is he's a big dude that makes big catches in Arizona. I mean, 3,500 yards of them. He is the #1 all-time Wildcat wide receiver. And he gives Dave Canales his version of Mike Evans, who he had in Tampa, a big 50.
Ooh, there it is. There's the Mike Evans comparison. To McMillan. There it is.
50 playmaker on the outside. How do you say it again?
Tataroa.
Tataroa. See how he has that pronunciation down? That's really good.
I love this dude, man. I love this dude.
The other guy they got from South Carolina, Xavier Leggett, he was the last pick in the first round 2 years ago. 49 catches, almost 500 yards. He had 8 drops. We got to keep an eye on Leggett. He gets open, which is the hardest thing to do in the NFL, but 8 drops, 14% of his targets, he dropped the football. That's not.
He's got a point. He's got a point, y'all.
Not good. He's got to improve with his hands. And then out of nowhere comes Jalen Coker. Where'd he go to college? Holy Cross. Did we open up that box or what? This guy's undrafted free agent. He comes in with almost 500 yards. And when we talked to Bryce Young at the Super Bowl, he was raving about this kid. And don't forget Adam Thielen. He's been around a long time. He is the Panthers' returning receiving leader. 615 yards. He had 5 touchdowns, but he missed his last 7 games with a hamstring. So if he comes back, That veteran savvy helps these young receivers, and they brought in another ex-Raider, Hunter Renfrow. That kid had 100 catches, went to the Pro Bowl in 2021. He's had some health problems, and it impacted him in 22 and 23. He just had 600 yards. He was out of football in 2024. Keep an eye on Hunter Renfrow during the preseason. But this is an interesting crowd. 3 young guys and 2 vets. A very interesting group of tight ends. I love the line. 2 1,000-yard backs and the emerging Bryce Young. Let's go.
Hey, loving this so far. Loving it. He's making some solid points, though. He's done his homework on this team.
You know, there's a lot of pressure on Bryce Young. When you trade up like the Panthers did to get Bryce Young, we have to give up a lot to get him. I was traded in my life, and I remember the pressure walking into a new building. Think about this. The Panthers traded up to get Bryce Young. Well, what did the Bears get? The Bears got Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, a wide receiver, a starting right tackle, Darnell Wright, a starting corner, Tyreek Stevenson, and a wide receiver this year, Luther Burden out of Missouri.
All right, let's put it into perspective. Garbage, DJ Moore, who's a beast. Garbage, garbage, and more garbage. So, yeah. What was your return on that, Bears? What was your return on that? I'm sorry. I can't hear you over the fact that the Bears had the same exact record we did at the end of the year. Yet they were talking so much smack to us. Yeah, y'all right here too. But who's got more upside? We do.
Missouri. Thank you. So you really look at the trade.
Oh, and also, we got fleeced, huh? We got fleeced. But never forget, we got fleeced, right? That's what the Bears fans say. We got fleeced. Wrong. I'll tell you who got fleeced. You did. Well, we got Greg Olsen from you. Because we got a multiple Pro Bowler tight end. And a beast. And also an excellent radio broadcaster.
5 for 1.
Who got roasted?
You got to live with it, but you still got to see through the pressure, and you got to deliver, just like Bryce Young did those last 3 weeks.
Man, I need an adventure. I just feel like doing something.
Yeah, Bears fans, who got fleeced again? Who got fleeced again? I can't hear you, Bears fans. Snap. You know I had to go there. You know I did. All right, let's go.
Okay, on defense, this is where the Carolina Panthers have to show great improvement. And this is where they made a lot of investments in the offseason. They have a really good young defensive coordinator. He used to be on my staff, Ejiro Evero. I like this guy, man. But they're going to have to listen to...
Do you like this dude? Do you? John Gruden, you're a defensive-minded guy. Are you sure about this?
The negativity the whole offseason. Don't you like negative people, Jake? No, you don't. We like positivity, but they are going to have to hear a lot of negativity. The Panthers are horrible on defense. They gave up 31.5 points, an NFL record amount of points. 534 points, man. That's bad. 21 points or more in 16 different games. Never been done before. Congratulations. They have a horrible rushing.
That's not a record you want. That's not a record you want, folks.
Defense. They got gashed. 83 runs of 10 yards or more. That's impossible, man. 180.
Not impossible. It happened.
Yards a game. And they're last in pressuring the quarterback. We have all these stats now. Hell, we put cameras on the back of your butt. The quarterback stands back there, and he has no pressure. They're the worst pressure defense in the league, and they blitz quite a bit. 9th in the league in blitzes. And
At some point, you got to realize those blitzes aren't working. You don't have that kind of talent to be able to do that, Evero. Think before you call blitzes.
They're horrible on third down. They are one of 2 teams since 2000 to give up over 50% or more on third down. I mean, the 2020 Titans did it, and so did the 2024 Panthers. So bad.
Dang. That is not where we want to be grouped. Oof. Because the Titans are always awful. Every year.
Bad. You get tired of it, but they got to deal with that. They had a lot of injuries last year. I mean, a lot. And we're going to get into what are they doing personnel now to fix it. That's what they got to do. To fix it, you got to invest the time and the resources in some new people. And that's what they did. The defensive line is where you got to really pay attention. When I coached for Tampa, we had to go play the Panthers twice a year. And Julius Peppers was a mofo, okay? And Chris Jenkins was a real mofo. And then he had...
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that he's talking about these two right now. I love this. He hasn't even gotten into the linebackers people yet. And he's already on that.
Mike Rucker, and it was hard to make an inch. You know what I mean? It was hard. People are like, hey.
Mike Rucker. Dang. Not Mike Rucker, John. Dang, man.
Hey, what's wrong with you, Gruden? Well, those guys are really hard to block. The Panthers get Derek Brown back. Derek Brown is a Pro Bowl badass who missed every game last year except the few snaps in the opener. Derek Brown broke an NFL record in 2023. He had over 100 tackles.
Did.
That's never been done in the history of pro football. So you get Derek Brown back. Then you go out and you sign Bobby Brown, the monster nose tackle of the LA Rams. You give him $21 million for 3 years. Then you go to Kansas City and you get Tershawn Wharton, who had 6.5 sacks, and he's a defensive tackle. He gets $45 million.
You want to win a Super Bowl? You got to go out and get people like that. Especially from a Super Bowl caliber team like the Chiefs.
We're not done yet. We get Patrick Jones from the Minnesota Vikings to come off the edge, rush the passer. That's exciting. And then in the draft, we take 2 defensive ends, Nick Scorton, who had 10 sacks at Purdue, and then I guess in the NIL, he just left and went to Texas A&M, had 5 more there. And then they have this man, Umanmielen. Say it, Jake. Umanmielen. Jake's my pronunciation guy. He's at Ole Miss. He has 10 sacks. They have 2 more edge rushers. So they added a nucleus of players to really fix the problem, stopping the run and getting to the passer.
Your guide to taking the perfect shot. First, you need to dress.
John Gruden is spitting some facts, y'all. This man is spitting some facts. I like this. At a later date, we may do the other ones. You know, after training camp is over with, we'll take a look at the other ones.
Firepower to do it. In their 3-4 base alignment this year, Bobby Brown should be the nose tackle. And his backup, Shai Tuttle, who was in Carolina last year, that's pretty solid at that position. The 2 defensive ends, you got the Pro Bowler Derek Brown, you got Tershawn Wharton. That's a lot better than last year. And how about your outside linebackers? Patrick Jones of the Vikings and DJ Wanham of Panther, who had 5.5 sacks last year. They look like something. And then when you get into the 4th quarter pass rush or the 3rd down situations, they go nickel with Patrick Jones, Derek Brown. You got Wharton and Wanham on the field together. You got Ashawn Robinson. And then you got Cam Jackson, a guy you just drafted out of Florida. Hell's bells. You got the 2 rookies, Scorton and Ooh, man, me, Ellen, say it, Jake. Shit, they got a lot of guys. I mean, they're a completely different front four. So now when Tampa comes in here or Atlanta comes in here with all these weapons and all these passes, you got some guys that can at least execute and get them in third down and long. The linebacking core is the biggest concern for me with the Carolina Panthers.
Agreed.
Josie Jewell, second leading tackler, 97 tackles, 3.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, hell of a player, was just released. He has a concussion. It's tragic. His career is in jeopardy. But
he had a concussion? Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah. You don't mess with that, man. Concussions are serious. And just go ask Luke Kuechly. You know what I'm saying? Like, Luke was forced to give up the game that he loved, you know, because he had 2 concussions. And, you know, it was too risky.
But they cut him. So now Trevin Wallace, former third rounder out of Kentucky, number 32, a guy I like. Hell, he's coming off shoulder surgery. And here's Christian Rosebloom, the man they signed from the LA Rams. Rosebloom was a pretty much special teams player until last season. He had over 130 tackles. I expect Rosebloom and Wallace to be the inside linebackers. They have some backups. They got Sherrillis out of Alcorn State. They got Winman out of Michigan State, 2 young guys to give them some competition and depth. But we have Rosebloom, who's brand new, and Wallace coming off an injury at linebacker. The Josie Jewell injury is a concern. What about the secondary? Ask me, Clay, what about the secondary?
What about the secondary?
Secondary has J.C. Horn, Pro Bowler, $100 million man. My only concern with Horn is his availability. You know, in his first 3 seasons, he missed.
There it is. There it is. This man's done his homework on this team. Look at this, man.
29 out of 51 games, Jake. Last year, he missed 2 games. He's got to be out there every down, finding the best receivers and being an impact for this Carolina team.
Yep.
He's one corner. I think the other corner is going to be Mike Jackson, the former Dallas Cowboy. He's kind of a journeyman, Miami Hurricane, but he's found a niche here in Carolina. But I'll say this to Mike Jackson. If you're a quarterback, you walk up to the line of scrimmage and you see J.C. Horn over there and Mike Jackson over there, which receiver would you throw at?
Jackson.
You throw it at Jackson. Probably. So Jackson, he better have a hell of a camp.
Yep.
One of my favorite Gruden grinders.
And he is so far. He's already had some pass blocks.
In all of football, after studying Carolina, is Shaw Smith Wade. This guy here, 5th round pick 2 years ago out of Washington State. He is a hell of a football player. He can play nickel, he can play corner, he can play safety, he can play football with the best of them.
And we scouted him. Our team scouted him. Nobody else was looking at this dude this far down the roster. Nobody else was looking at him. We had him on our radar.
He's number 26. I call him Shaw Smith Wade. I love watching this cat play, man. He's a hell of a player. Now, the safeties, they have a new look. They brought in Trayvon Merring from the Raiders. I thought Merring would be a perfect free safety. He had a ton of interceptions at TCU. Hell, I watched him play for the Raiders last year. He's in the box. He's right near the line of scrimmage. He has over 100 tackles. He plays in 17 games. That's why they gave him $51 million. He can play. So who is the other safety? Right now, I think it's Damani Richardson. It could be their rookie, Ransom, out of Ohio State, a 4th round pick. Ask your...
Who do you guys think is going to take that spot? Is it going to be Damani? Or is it going to be Ransom? Who do you think's taking it? Let me know.
Yourself this if you're Carolina. What are we doing at linebacker? Let's keep an eye on these linebackers, the inside backers, and let's take a look at who is the other safety opposite Trayvon Merring. That'll be interesting. And is Mike Jackson ready for Mike Evans? Is he ready?
Yep.
Coming over here looking for the receivers of the Atlanta Falcons. Is he ready for Olave? That's the question the Panthers got to answer. But they have made a big effort to improve this defense.
So, end of the day, those are our problem spots. You know, it's linebacker depth, and it's who's taking the last safety spot at the moment. I think we still are discovering who these defensive pass rushers are, but I think we're happy with the trench game right now. So really, we've got our starters on the field. You know, we know who these guys are. You know, so it's a matter of like who's coming in now. You know, who is Pat Jones? Who is, you know, all these new people that are coming in. You know, so once we figure that out, then it's off to the races. You know, for the first 4 games. That is such a tough decision at safety, though. But the answer is within our own depth chart. I'm telling you, it is. We don't need to go out and get a new safety. The answer's right there. You know, so which one of them is going to step up? I think it's going to be Ransom. I'm gonna go ahead and throw my 2 cents in. I think it's going to be Ransom. But time will tell. If Damani starts making some plays during camp, he's got some time left. You got some time left. Make it count. You know, make it a tough competition, man. I want to see it. I want to see whoever gets that safety spot earn it. That's how you know you're getting the best safety possible out of the 2. Go earn it. That's actually a tough one between those 2 guys. Yeah, agreed. Absolutely agreed. Shout out David Screws for that comment. He's absolutely right.
Hey, let's go to Rich Gann and see what he says about the Carolina Panther quarterback situation.
We have 7 new head coaches this year. 7. We've had 35 in the last 5 years. That's incredible.
Why do you think I have the Fired Football Coaches Association? Hell, you're right. There is no continuity. When I got into the league in '98 as a head coach, I went to the league meetings and I looked around the building of the guys I got to beat. I see Marty Schottenheimer, Tom Coughlin, Bill Parcells, Bill Cowher, Mike Shanahan. I mean, Dan Reeves.
Yeah. And things were a little different during his time period, you know? Like, these were quality people, man. And it's interesting. I think you compare that to the coaching staffs today, it's quite different. So let's see what else he has to say here.
Every team with their coach. And I said, shit, I may never win a game looking at these guys. But now they cycle through coaches and coordinators like they change shirts. And I think the lack of continuity has really hurt the quarterback position when it comes to developing some of these young guys that are coming in.
Yeah, just
agreed. I think it's the coaching staff, though. The lack of continuity on the coaching staff and the changing out of GMs has not helped that at all. Plus, you factor in the fact that there's been no protection on the offensive line. You know, you factor in the fact that we've had mediocre to garbage weapons, you know, for him to throw to, and very little protection on screen plays with the tight ends. You know, it's been garbage there too. So I mean, like, this is all before Dave Canales took over, mind you. Once Dave and Dan took over, everything changed. You know, all of this stuff is gone. It's reset. We've pulled a 180 And it's due to the fact that we have stable front office now. And that's where it starts. It starts with the GM. It starts with the head coach. It starts with them understanding that both sides of the line are the priority and building from there. Set your cornerstones. Set your weaponry. Set your quarterback. And set a monster at corner, which is J.C. Horn. And then build from there. And that's exactly what we're doing. We are following the correct formula as far as building. And it's going to lead to success. But, it's the lack of continuity. It started with the front office. 1,000,000%. It started with David Tepper himself, the owner.
Look at the numbers. Since 2015, we've had at least 5 different head coaches every year. And you mentioned coordinator changes. 12 new offensive coordinators this year, 11 new defensive coordinators. And I think when you talk about young quarterbacks, we got a lot of examples where we have Caleb Williams in Chicago. We got Drake May in New England. They started last year as rookies. And in year 2, we pulled the rug out from under them. And we bring in a new coach. We bring in new coordinators, bring in a new playbook. That's kind of a dysfunctional way to develop a young quarterback. And
Correct.
I'm concerned, I know you are as well, when you look across the
impossible for him to
landscape
keep
of
up.
the National Football League and all this change. You and I know that one thing that's constant in our profession is change, but too much of it is never a good thing, especially around these young quarterbacks. I just think there's a lot of examples where these guys struggle early on because they've been in so many different systems, they've had so many different play callers, and they lose confidence. And I just think there's a lot of examples of that. I think there's a great example of what's going on in Carolina. We've got a young quarterback that's been through a lot of change, right? And I'm very anxious to see what Bryce Young can do in year 3. How about you?
Yeah, me too. I want to stay in the NFC South. We've talked about Baker Mayfield. Now, as you move it to Bryce Young, here's a guy that gets benched. And you can echo how it feels because you're in Minnesota, you're in Washington, you've been in and out of the lineup. But Andy Dalton takes over, shows him the way, gives him a chance to take a deep breath. And I tell you, Rich, I met Bryce Young and did an interview with him at the Super Bowl. He's got some grade A stuff inside of him. He's got great intangibles, but his athleticism and playmaking really started to show up in that last 5 or 6 week stint of last season. He went to Atlanta and knocked them out of the playoffs, put 40 on them. He knocked Arizona out of the playoffs, put 35 on them. He's a guy that can run and create, and I think in year 2 of Canales' system and some better receivers, they drafted the big kid from Arizona. They brought in Hunter Renfrow, one of my former guys. I think they've got 2 really good guards. I think they got a chance to really be a factor in the South and push some people.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see what he can do, right? I think the first year was a total train wreck. As you said, early on, and sometimes as young quarterbacks we develop bad habits, right? And I think he spent so much time in the gun. His footwork was atrocious. He wasn't under center. I don't think they helped him in terms of marrying the run game with the play action game. I just think he developed some bad habits. I think you go into year 2, he started last season, got off to another sluggish start. There was real concern there. I think Canales did the right thing. They got him out of there. They put Andy Dalton in there, let him sit and watch and learn a little bit. And then when he got the chance to come back in late in the season, he looked like a different player to me. I think, you look at, he played in some big, the game against Kansas City got my attention. I mean, I watched that game from start to finish. He went toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes, made a lot of big plays down the stretch. I think he did some good things. 3 overtime wins, 2 in the last 3 weeks of the season. I think they go into the offseason with some confidence and momentum. You mentioned drafting another receiver in the first round. I think they're trying to get better personnel around him. I think they're trying to address the offensive line, the defense as well. But 6-22 as a starter. He's got a lot of ground to make up. He's not the biggest guy, John. Talk about that because I've talked to a lot of general managers over the year, and talked to Hall of Famers. Bill Polian is a guy that I've spent some time with. And when you look at drafting a quarterback that's around 6 foot, and you say to yourself, well, let's just look at last 20 years, quarterbacks that are 6 feet or smaller and look at their body of work. How many of them had, won Super Bowls? How many of them played or started 10 or 12 years? That's the concern that I think you have a little bit. He's not the biggest guy. Tough, make a lot of plays, off script. But just your thoughts on your comfort level when you have a quarterback that's not 6'3" or 6'5", a smaller quarterback like Bryce Young.
Let me say this too, because I watched this dude in person with a 2-minute drill. First year of his training camp. And at first I was kind of a little shaky on if we made the right call or not. I was excited when we drafted him at the stadium, of course. I saw that 2-minute drill during training camp. That's what sold me. That's what sold me. Because this dude ran that 2-minute drill, hit every single one of those passes like Cam Newton back in the day. I watched Cam Newton, back when he was in training camp. I saw him in training camp too. And the second this dude started hitting those short passes and nailing that 2-minute drill, I was like, we've got something here. We finally got something here. That was the moment hope finally started to creep back in for me. That was the moment. I think everybody's got their own moment. But that one was mine. Where I finally was just like, there's something here, man. There's something here. And I want to explore this, and I want to deep dive this quarterback. I want to find out what we're dealing with now. And from that moment on, I was hyper focused on Bryce Young during that training camp day. Because I knew after that 2-minute drill that we had a baller on our hands. That was the moment I really started to believe in Dan and Dave. Because I said, we're doing a lot of the right things, with these moves in the offseason, it looks beautiful on paper, but can we execute it? I had so many questions and so many doubts. And then I saw Bryce Young hit that 2-minute drill, and I said, you know what? Let's give this a freaking shot and see how far this train rides. And I gotta tell you, this train has ridden a long way so far. And it's gonna ride a lot further.
Well, I'm a big believer in the measurables after working for Al Davis. If you can't run, you can't play for the Raiders. You need a Raider body to be on the offensive line. But at the quarterback position, remember, there are exceptions to every rule. Fran Tarkenton, Doug Flutie, Drew Brees. A lot of these guys aren't tall. They're not the status quo. But as the number one overall
RG3,
pick in the draft, if you don't have the physical traits, you're reaching.
DSG presents your favorite class.
If you don't have the physical traits, you're reaching. Okay.
The analytics tell you you're reaching. So there are some concerns. And I thought he did play small, Rich, his first year or so. I didn't think he had a real good status in the pocket. I thought he had a hard time seeing. It looked like the rush, as it compressed around him, really inhibited his ability to see and throw the ball accurately. But I think as they've improved with their system, with their personnel, and I think his confidence level, I think he has shown that he can function. But can you do it for the length of a 17-game regular season? Can you do it in horseshit weather when the wind is blowing sideways?
He's got a point. He's got a point. Can you do it in horrible weather? He's got a point.
Do you have the arm to go on the road in Buffalo or Kansas City or New England, a tough place to play in December, and win with the physical limitations? That's something he's got to prove.
Yep. I agree.
I love watching the development of Bryce Young, Carolina quarterback. He's getting better. He's seeing the field, and some of the routes they run, they're full field reads. One of them I call X shallow cross, and we tag it with F swing. But out of a trips formation, you'll see the tight end Sanders. He's going to hook over the ball 10 to 12 yards deep. And normally that's the number one read, with the secondary read coming hard on a shallow cross, reading man or zone. He'll stay on the move against man, and he'll sit down versus zone. But that's really the progression. 1, 2, and the back checking wide would be your outlet as number 3. But when they tag it with F swing, you'll see Adam Thielen hesitate just slightly and let his outside receiver inside release and possibly pick that defender as Thielen swings down the far sideline. And if Bryce Young likes it because it's double bump and run coverage, he'll peek that swing route before he gets to his read on the X shallow cross. And Young can throw it over your head, or he'll back shoulder the experienced Thielen. It's a beautiful thing to watch.
And the other thing about this is it forces that safety to pick a wide receiver too. You got a strong safety and you got a free safety. The free safety is going to fall for the play action back here if you're running a play action. If you're running a shotgun, then that free safety is going to go backwards and try to cover the tight end, or he's going to move over and help out. You know, so you're not entirely sure what is going to happen there with the free safety. So you have to watch him carefully on those plays. But the strong safety is going to go over there, right in between these two receivers here. And he's got to choose one. Which one are you covering? Are you covering the back shoulder fade, or are you covering the deep one? Which one is he going to cover? Because you can only get one. You can only help out with one of them. And the other one is going to be left one-on-one. And that's exactly what Bryce loves, is throwing it to the one-on-one. So, and if he can't get one of those, typically he'll try to go for the check down, you know, and get an easy 5. So that's typically how that works.
X shallow cross with a built-in F swing. Check it out. Okay, the New Orleans.
All right, so that was the Carolina Panthers. He got into the full thing of the Panthers, so give him a like and a sub. You know, give him some love, John Gruden. You know, he is no longer coaching any team, so show him some love. You know, I realize we had some battles with his teams. I get it. But he is such an intelligent coach, man. Such an intelligent coach. He does his homework on us. So, and you got to respect it. All right. End of the day, I feel like we are going to do well against this Browns depth in preseason game 1. So I'm ready to go for game 1. Is there anything else that people want to add? We'll do a quick 30 to an hour long thing before the game starts tomorrow. We'll get people in on Discord and stuff like that. And then we'll react to the game tomorrow. Game starts at 7. We're probably going to start around 6 to 6:30, somewhere around that range. make sure we get everybody in. And do any deep diving that we need to do, with these players. But I've heard that most of these starters are not even going to play, so I'm looking forward to learning more about these guys, in this depth chart. I'm not scared of Deontay Johnson. We already know who Deontay Johnson is. Kenny Pickett, we are aware of Kenny Pickett, so if he happens to come in, we know what's going to happen there. Jerome Baker. Is a big name we need to keep an eye on. Miles Harden, we need to keep an eye on. Beyond that, I'm not really worried. We're gonna find out who these guys are. We'll learn as much as we can tomorrow. Alrighty. That will do it for this live stream prepping for the game tomorrow. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Audio Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League, which we are starting to build. I'm starting to put together the people in there that need to be in there. So soon, very soon, I will be opening it up. Once we get everybody in. It might take a few days. It might even take a week. But we're going to get people in. But I'm going to set a deadline. I'm going to get everybody in that I can get in. And then it's going to be, from that point on, open up. And I'm currently watching the Eagles game right in the moment. Let me see what that final score is real quick before we roll out of here. Okay, 34-27 Eagles over the Bengals to finish up. Alrighty. Tomorrow's preseason games besides ours. Let's get into that real quick. We do have Pittsburgh and Jacksonville at 7, Kansas City at Arizona at 8, Detroit at Atlanta at 7, Washington at New England at 7:30 tomorrow. Now, because it's preseason, I'm not going to be predicting wins and losses, but I will be closely monitoring some of these scores and seeing what these players are doing. Alrighty. And finally, if you want to get in touch with me, here's my socials. Shout out to David Screws in the chat. Shout out to anybody that's new, any new followers, any new subs. DMs and PMs are open. For Instagram and for Facebook. Please do hit me up if you want to talk. Especially Panthers football. I love it. When I'm not busy, I will be glad to talk to you. But typically I am busy, so, just get at me when you can. It is what it is. It's a busy month, so you know how it is. I get constant messages, constant phone calls, so get them in quick. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And I got some stuff off camera to deal with too, so, but much love to all of you. Thank you for all the new followers and subs. Welcome to the Keep Pounding family. Much love to all of you. I want to thank you guys for all your support and all your love, everything you do for this channel, because you keep this thing running, man. You guys are what keeps this channel running and doing what we do. So, if you like what you see on your screen as far as the intro / outro, go talk to Lindara Ty on Instagram. If you want to up your game for your channel or your content, using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I Lindara, Lindara. Tell her we sent you. Fair pricing, awesome to work with, and just awesome in general. Lindara Ty on Instagram. Alrighty, folks. You already know how we roll. Stay happy, healthy, and well. We appreciate you guys, and we'll see you around game time, alright? Or slightly before. We're aiming for about 6:30, 6 or 6:30 tomorrow to start our stream. So, see you guys then. If you want to be involved in the game reactions, download Discord and get at me. Message me. Alright? Let me know that you're interested, and we'll get you in. And as always, you know what to do. Keep